I cannot.
Can you please set that? Like, how cute. You can put me in the trash can, throw me on the sidewalk, drop me at the crossroads, sell me at the thrift shop. I don't really care where you send me, send me, send me. No, I don't really care. You can drop me in the ocean, leave me in the alley, hide me in the basement, or leave me at the lost and found. I don't really care where you lose me, lose me, lose me, or if you choose me. I'm a genius, didn't even graduate, don't have a blue check, not verified, but when I go out, I feel satisfied. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice, hot and pretty and I got nice teeth, hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, hot and pretty and I got nice, hot and pretty and I got nice.
Are we there? Awesome. All right. We are back here at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA, Chris Warden and Patrick Karen. And I think we're ready to have a chat with somebody who has done it all in this sport, Megan Canfield. Megan, welcome to the broadcast. Sure. Okay. We are back here at Pit Row at Desert Solstice 2025. We can give you a quick update on the field. It has winnowed down a little bit after Charlie Lawrence's pursuit of the 100-mile world record, coming up just short by 95 seconds. We have a leader in the clubhouse, Pete Kostelnik at mile 64.1. Giving chase is another Peter Chadovich at mile 62.9. Mark Marzin in third at 61.4. Hans Van Zanten at 60.6. Jordan Camasso rounds out the top five of the men's race at 57.4. Joyce Payne leading the women's race at mile 57.2. And Colleen Dryhouse, our F2 at mile 53.9. Also still on the course, we have 60-plus ultra-running legend Bob Hearn at mile 56.7. Thierry Joffrain at mile 53.7.
Okay.
And Thomas Beyer at mile 39.5. The runners who have had their day draw to a close include Charlie Lawrence, who set a new American standard in the 100K at 6:07:10, falling just short of the world record, which currently stands at 6:05:35. Zach Bitter has retired as well, stopping at mile 47.2, as has Isaiah Jansen, mile 41.8. And Christopher Danucci had made an effort at the U.S. age group, I believe 45 to 49, 50K, and fell just short at mile or at 3:26:55.
The day of close calls.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we have some calls that actually come through here this evening.
Want this plugged in?
Eventually. All right. We are going to go to our next guest here and talk about a running resume. 10 top 10s at Western States, 13 finishes, finishes at high levels at UTMB, most recently finishing the top 5 at Pinhoti just last month. Megan Canfield, welcome to the live stream.
Hey, nice to be here.
So, what is going on with you lately? Like, you just don't seem to slow down.
Well, I am slower, for sure.
I don't know. What keeps you so engaged to work and do the work you need to do to stay at such a high level in this sport?
I guess curiosity. Um, okay, I'm having audio problems. I'm echoing myself.
Oh, is
Maybe you
it
can help me
coming out?
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get
I've got two
those.
little windows showing.
We'll see if we can get that straightened out here.
See if I. Let's see.
Did we get him fixed? Everything better, Megan?
Well, I've got two windows of myself, and I can hear me talking, see me talking as I'm talking, and then there's a little window with me echoing me, and it's annoying, and I don't know how to.
Yeah. If you try and close the one of the windows, that might.
If it's the
Let's
YouTube
see if
stream
I
might be
can.
up.
Oh, do you have the YouTube stream on? That might be the problem.
Uh, oh, maybe. Let's see. Let me just. Sorry about this.
Oh, no problem.
Hmm. There's a little. I'm sorry. There's
Oh, good.
a little speaker at the bottom of the screen. If I mute that, you guys can't hear me, right? Or can you?
We can still hear you now.
Yeah.
Maybe try muting it and we can see.
Oh no. Oh, it's a picture in the picture. Get rid of that. No, that didn't do it. About that.
Got it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hear you great.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
We got you.
Yeah. You able to hear us, Megan?
Oh, hey, this is good. Oh no, I'm still echoing. I refreshed the browser. I'll do it again.
Oh, Megan's going to refresh the browser and we'll try and bring her back in. But yeah, if you look at Megan's running resume, I mean, you know, it's actually pretty staggering. You know, you're talking about, you know, multiple top 10, top 5 finishes at Western States, JFK 50. It seems like for several years there wasn't an IAU 100K championship that she wasn't somewhere in
Yeah.
the mix for the overall crown.
Going all the way back to 1996.
Yeah.
110 results on Ultra Sign Up. That is a a stout history there.
It looks like we have Megan back.
I'm just gonna suffer through this because it's just still doing it.
We got it?
That's okay.
I mean-
I'll just keep talking over myself.
Okay, I was going to say we heard just fine.
Okay, good. Okay, as long as you're not getting the echo, that's fine.
So it looks like, Megan, you have basically been a part of this sport at the highest level for 30 years. And you mentioned it sounds like curiosity and intrigue have really kept you going for this long.
Yeah, and
Go
to
ahead.
be honest, it's been a struggle through menopause. There was a real lull in my ambition, my strength, my speed was like just disappearing. But the last couple years have been better with hormone therapy and with more strength training for sure. And deciding to try to tackle a mountain race in a thoughtful way because it's the one area I would say in my ultra running career that I haven't really tackled or achieved. I've finished UTMB a couple times, but they've been a real struggle. So this last year, I hired a coach from Evoke Endurance who helps. They help people who don't live in the mountains train for mountain races,
Hmm.
and that's been really fun adventure and very successful, I would say.
That's awesome, and just to bring a newness to your training, at this stage in your career, seems just like an exciting new chapter for you.
Yeah, it is.
And
This
so you've
this event,
just go on.
I was gonna say this event brings back memories too of
Yeah.
something so completely different.
Yeah, you ran this race in 2019.
Yeah, I did, and I was coming off of a I guess it was a year ago a year before that I had gone to the World 100K in Croatia and had my worst ever performance. And I didn't want to think at all that it had to do with being 58 years old or whatever I was. I was like, oh no, I gotta hold on. So I thought I'll go to Desert Solstice and try to get a 100K qualifying time, which is 8 hours 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe that age group 50K and 50-mile record on the way. So yeah, it was interesting experience.
Did you capture an American age group record when you ran that here?
I did.
I thought so.
I think I got a world record in the 50K for 55 to 59-year-old.
Oh wow, I didn't
And I
realize that part of
remember,
it.
yeah, I think the record was 356 coming in or 357. And I have run in the past like 345 for half of 100K. So I'm thinking, oh, piece of cake.
Yeah, I'm looking right in here.
But
Yeah, 356, 52
yeah,
as your
and it
split.
was getting really down to the wire. And when I crossed the 50K line, I still didn't know if I'd gotten the time. And when I got to the other side of the track, I could hear, I think Chris Thornley was like yelling, Yahoo, you did it. And then I got the 50-year-old age group American record. And then the wheels, out of the wheels had already started to come off. And they were coming off more.
Hmm.
And I don't know, it was sort of stupid. I was just thinking about this earlier. I had 2 laps to go for the 100K, and they have to remind me the race director's name at the time, Haley.
In
And she's
yeah,
there with her
Haley
clipboard,
Pollock.
writing everything, all the split times.
Yep.
And I just walked up to her and said, I think I'm done. And she said, keep going. You have 2 laps to go, and you're going to get an American record. I'm like, oh, okay. And I did not get a qualifying time. I ran an 8:41, but even with an 8:40, it's not fast enough to make the team. And I wouldn't have wanted to try to represent Team USA with that time, so it was fine.
As much as you've had success at Western States, of course, we mentioned 10-time top 10 finisher. You seem to have maybe even. I'm trying to figure this out as I'm parsing through some of the results I wasn't familiar with. What, at your absolute best, what was your sweet spot? Was it the 100 miler? Was it the 100K? Was it the 50 miler? Because you have results at IAU championships, Western States, JFK 50, all on podiums repeatedly. So when you were at what you felt like was the peak of your powers, what was your most specific wheelhouse?
I think what was nice is the 100K road was a good one for me, coming off decent marathon times and enjoying the rhythm of road running. And then I like to go far, and I'm fairly uh, competitive and stubborn in terms of a pace. I can make myself hold on to a pace for a long time. I've never tried that over 62 miles, and I'm not honestly interested in that. And then Western States was just another beautiful sweet spot. I got to train on the course so much. I lived down there for 8 years. It just gets in your skin, and it was just a sweet place to be. The course really spoke to my abilities. Yeah, so it was nice to have the two so different um, types of events. Yeah.
With such a successful career spanning the time it did, was there anything that you felt like, not that you didn't do, because there's always going to be things that we didn't do that we wish we'd done. Was there anything, I'm going to put this out there as an example. Today we had Charlie Lawrence miss the world record by 95 seconds. So gripping to follow, and I'll be honest, a little bit heartbreaking. Was there ever anything that you almost did that you didn't do? Like in that vein?
I don't really think so. I think I usually set my bar just to that place where it's going to be really hard to get,
Mm-hmm.
but still doable. And a lot of the times I did. And I think I never felt disappointed when I didn't because I knew I'd done everything I could.
Yeah.
Um,
That's a great approach.
yeah, I guess one time I did the Napa Marathon, and I was hoping for an Olympic trial qualifier, which was 2:47. And I set my Garmin to um, show an average pace. So I know I needed to run 6:18 pace. And so that's all that I wanted to see was that my average was right in there. But my watch, it also would like ding every time I hit a mile. And at some point, it occurred to me that my watch was dinging before I get to the mile markers, but I couldn't do any sort of really thinking because I'm just running. And I was on 6:17, 6:18 pace, crossed the finish line in 2:47:23.
Oh,
It was like, what happened? But you have to run the tangents.
Yep. Yeah.
Or you have to adjust your watch down to, you're going to have to run faster.
Give a little buffer.
So yeah, I missed it by 20 seconds or so. And then I went to Twin Cities and I just decided I had to run at 6:12 pace.
mm-hmm.
And I did. I mean,
Oh, good.
so I got a chance to make up for it.
Awesome. I'm glad that I was actually kind of feeling bad when I realized how the question was phrased, and I was like, oh man, I'm asking to relive the near miss, but then it came back in full circle.
Yeah, and honestly, to me, there's nothing like crossing a finish line. We all have the dramas we have to go through during the day, during the night, and then you see that finish line, and it's like everything's forgiven.
Megan, what's on your sights for 2026? I know you said you're starting to experiment more with mountain races and with your new coach. Yeah, what
Yeah.
are you looking towards?
So a couple things, but first of all, I did go to TDS That was my big gold mountain race. And I was there for 3 weeks. I got to train in the mountains and put all this training to test and see how it was going. And honestly, it felt really good. All my hill climbing was better than I thought it would be. And then 80 miles into the race, I dropped due to a strained hip flexor and adductor.
Oh.
And that was on me. I had neglected some of my physical therapy and thinking that, it'd be fine, but you're in a 100-mile race with 30,000 feet of vertical.
Yeah.
Everything needs to work pretty well.
Yeah.
And so for the first 24 hours, I was like, I don't need to do this race again. And then I don't care that I don't have a Western States qualifier. And the next day was like, okay, I need to find a Western States qualifier. And then I need to come back and do this race next year.
Yeah.
So that's why I went to Pinhoti.
You had a really strong race there.
Yeah. Fantastic
I did.
result.
I got lost once in the middle of the night. That was fun. But I do sort of know the signs of like, I don't see any headlamps. I don't hear the aid station that I heard.
Yeah.
It's like, what happened? So I did figure that out. Yeah. So I was really happy with that race.
Good. Yeah, you
And
should
so
be. That's an excellent result, finishing in the top 5.
That was when I got to like this third aid station or so, there was a volunteer woman and she looks at me and she said, "Are you Megan?" I said, "Yes." She said, "If you finish, you are going to be the oldest female that has ever finished this race." And I'm like, okay, that's cool. She said, "I'm rooting for you." And so I hugged her. Perfect timing.
Yeah.
So that was
That's
kind of
sweet.
cool. People were sort of aware that that was happening, and that was cool. So anyway, for this year, I will go to New Zealand for the Old Ghost 50 miler again.
Okay.
It's a pretty magical race. Then I'm going to sign up for Gorge Waterfalls.
Oh wow, nice.
Yep. Then Broken
Have you
Arrow
been out
Triple
there before
Crown.
for Gorge?
I've not run the race, but I've run in the gorge a little bit.
Yeah.
But I've heard really good things about it. I know it's pretty. Then I'll do TDS again or UTMB. If I get in through the lottery, I'll do UTMB. If not, I'll just sign up for TDS. Yeah.
No,
That
that's
sounds like
a pretty stout
solid
year.
schedule, yeah.
Not bad for someone who's going to start Medicare.
Oh my goodness. Megan, when somebody looks at your record at the IAU World Championships, they're going to see that you have run in some of the most far-flung places on the globe. Some of these places I haven't even heard of. But with your opportunity to run in the World Championships, the 100K World Championships, what were your favorite locations for that race?
Oh, let's see. I liked Italy. The 2 times I raced there, the courses were interesting. The first time it was starting in one town and then taking a marathon distance away to close to the next town, and then they created a 8 or 9 mile loop we did a few times, and then finished up in this other Italian village. So it was nice because that was interesting, not a 10 times 10K loops or 20 times 5K loops. And the other time in Italy was a 20K loop. And that was nice because it's only 5 times. And by the time you get to the 5th one, you sort of know what it's like. So yeah, the longer the loop, the better.
I agree with you there. But, you've gotten the opportunity to run in several countries. I'm just amazed, like Spain, Croatia, Italy, Qatar, not to mention the UTMB events themselves. Your running journey has really enabled you to see the world as a wonderful byproduct. Was that by design, or was it just that you were running so darn fast and competing in all these championships that you went where the race was?
Yeah, mostly I'd go where the race was.
It's
Yeah,
allowed some
I
great
found races that
tourism.
sound good, and it was an excuse to travel.
Perfect.
Yeah.
What are
I
your
don't know
favorite
when I've ever
races?
taken a trip
Western
without a
states
race.
notwithstanding, what's your favorite race to run in the United States?
Waldo.
You
That's where I
NorCal
cut my
people
teeth on the longest stuff.
just love those
Um,
West Coast races.
yeah, I haven't done that many in the U.S. When I think about it. I like to repeat stuff that work well, but I was thinking today, maybe I'll expand my horizons a little bit and start choosing races in countries that I do want to visit and haven't been to.
Hmm.
I'd like to go to Thailand. I'd like to go to Korea. To gosh, I've never raced in Australia.
I could see you
I
going
Tarawera.
raced
to
in China like you
Tarawera
did.
or Doi Inthanon, perhaps, maybe in your future.
Which one?
Either Tarawera or Doi
Done
Inthanon.
Tarawera. I've done Tarawera 3 times.
Oh, that's right. You haven't been to Australia. My mistake.
Oh yeah.
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 Well, Megan, do you ever see yourself coming back to Solstice to maybe chase after some age group records here on the track?
I wouldn't say no because that is a really nice place to do it. Um, yeah, I don't know, maybe.
The weather today was a little bit warm. I don't
Hmm.
remember exactly what it was like in 2019, but generally it is not as warm as it was today. But it has cooled off nicely. So,
It looks like a really nice evening.
yeah, actually the skies look gorgeous right now. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
great shot
And
that
as
you
it
see.
cools off, these runners should be feeling fairly nice.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. So
Megan,
is so
okay, go ahead.
is Bob Hearn still on his record setting
Um,
paces?
I don't have that in front of me. It's about time we start calculating those out, though, because I talked with Bob in the weeks leading up to this race when he first got in, even before he got in, when he was on the wait list, and he was so excited, Megan. He was so
Good.
excited that like he couldn't wait to turn 60 so he could try and start scooping some American records.
Wow, look how close
Yeah.
his last
Yeah.
3 laps were.
His So Bob Hearn's last 4 laps:
Yeah.
225.1, 225.8, 225.7, 225.7.
Sounds
That's
like
the
he's in
Bob
a
Hearn we
little.
know.
Yes.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
W-
Yeah, he's a
Well,
metronome.
yeah, absolutely. Well, Megan, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time, and I'm sure we'll see you at some races here down the line for sure.
All right. Thanks, Chris. So sorry about my sound issues.
No, it worked out great. You sounded fantastic.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks, Chris. You guys.
Megan Canfield, a legend in West Coast, actually American ultra running. Also, you look at the results at JFK 50, 100Ks all over Europe, and just absolutely fantastic. I loved getting a chance to talk to her, and I didn't realize at the time that her 100K here had such gravity to it. Like, I didn't realize that it was a world record at the time. So,
And just a super humble person.
oh,
so,
absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely,
a real pleasure to chat with.
yeah, and of course, Megan also holds the 50-mile American record for age 60 plus. At age, in her 60s, ran actually she ran it 3 years ago, she would have been 61. Ran a 7:26:28 50-miler.
Wow. Where was that?
That was in Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, that's pretty amazing right there.
Yeah, and it's awesome that she can still find, you know, new goals to chase and things to excite her, and just, yeah, I mean, that can be hard for some people after, you know, 30 plus years of being in a sport.
She ran Pinhoti and finished top 5. I mean, that's super impressive at the age of 64. I mean, and you know, it's just like going down the recent, you know, recent results. I mean, I knew that she had finished in the near the top of Javelina when she ran it a few years ago. I didn't realize she finished 7th at the age of 58 at Javelina. Like, that's a highly competitive race, and also a high volume racer as well. I mean, there are very few years where she ran less than like 4 or 5 high caliber races. So, you know, staying active, staying involved has definitely been important to her, as you could tell. You know, traveling wherever the sport took her.
It's not taking these athletes today too far.
No.
Just within a quarter-mile radius.
Yeah, this is it's been a pretty loopy day here out at Desert Solstice. Pete Kostelnik, your current leader.
Yeah, now the top 4 men have all reached 100K, surpassed Charlie Lawrence on the leaderboard here. Although Jordan just joked coming by on one of his last laps that he still hasn't caught up to Charlie 4 hours later.
Yeah, that's, you know, again, Jordan Camastro, a wonderful person to have at a race. His sense of humor and his positivity are always great to see out there. So,
It's an awesome shot we have now.
yeah,
Look at that sky.
that's beautiful right there. This is a bit more of a residential area than Central High School, the previous site of Desert Solstice. Of course, Pete won Desert Solstice back in 2015, and 10 years later, looking to duplicate that feat in 2025. Currently holds the second highest total of all time at Desert Solstice with 163.68, a number that stood for several years until it literally took an American record to take it down. So you know, we'll see where Pete ends up, and maybe we'll do a little bit of on-air math to see where his numbers have him as of right now, because Pete had some big goals. I don't think that his stated goal of 175 miles is in reach. You know, if we're, you know, just being realistic, but we can kind of maybe eyeball where we would expect him to set in, perhaps.
And he's been very steady with 209, 211, 212, 207, 210. So, you know, his last 10 or so laps have all been within 2 or 3 seconds of one another. Which I would say is a pretty good place to be, almost 70 miles in. That sort of consistency, I feel like, says a lot at this hour of the race.
Beautiful shot of the Phoenix area. That would be looking south towards downtown. And South Mountain in the background. Of course, you can see the skyline of Phoenix, center to right on your screen. The screen on your lower right is aimed actually trackside level. Just this is the camera right in front of us. This is what Patrick and I see when we look to our left. And we can see a couple of runners making their way up to us as we speak. That would be Peter Chanovich and Pete Kostelnik, our current second and first place runners here at Desert Solstice 2025. So yeah, Pete is approaching the 70-mile mark here. And let's see, 9:45:24 was his last timing hit. Yeah, Pete would have to average about a 7:59 pace in order to, and he's been averaging an 8:37, which is fantastic. Even adjusting to the American record held by Nick Curry, 173, he would have to average an 8:08. I don't think that's in the cards. For Pete's PR, let's go with 163.5. He would need to average an 8:56. Okay, now we're talking. So it is entirely, I mean, Pete is moving very well. And as we mentioned earlier on, to get onto the national team, you typically have to, I believe that last cycle it was about 151, 152
Yep.
to get on the men's team. So Pete could set himself up for a spot on the 2027 24-hour World Championships. Not quite sure where they're at. Could check on that.
I'm not sure if it's even been announced yet.
Personally, I think they should have them out at Rawhide.
Yeah, it might be still out to bid.
Let's see. 25, 26, 27. World open for bids. That would be a fun race to cover here.
Let's get on it.
I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And we do have the facility.
Although they need a large course with the number of people.
Rawhide.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think Rawhide could absolutely handle that.
Yeah. I mean, they have 500 plus people today for the marathon project.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. And in the time that I mean, it's always been in Europe or Asia, so. And we have
We
a
were
track.
chatting about trying to get Alexander Sorokin this way.
Right?
so-
We'll get him here somehow.
Might not be Desert Solstice, but
Although the one thing I will say is that typically Worlds is in October. It would still be really warm. It would be really warm.
hey, I mean, they were going to have the 50K in Abu Dhabi that got canceled.
Yeah.
But that was going to be a scorcher.
Yeah, I think it. I mean, I would love to see it here. 100%. But I could also see it being a bit too warm for some runners' preferences. It would be extremely difficult to try and set world records in order to in this kind of situation. But yeah, I mean, I personally would love to see it take place here in Phoenix. I really do feel like it would be much more advantageous to have some of the greats come here for Solstice in an off year of the IAU championships. So yeah, I'm gonna start to plug some numbers in for Bob Hearn, the human metronome, and see if I can figure out where he is at in terms of chasing down his goals. He's got a lot of goals. Let's see. course, Bob is not only a runner, but he also serves as a coach and advisor for the U.S. 24-hour national team, along with another legend of the sport, Pam Smith.
I read them. If I did, I'd leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I want them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this fool feelings where you never listen to the outfit that you love, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe overshared. Drunk
There we go.
far, crush you never named. Lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy.
They turned our homes into ashes. We fled out the back door. We ran towards the city lights. Oh, the city lights. Still not used to all this concrete. Abandoned cars in the outskirts where we sit and eat. We sleep in the backseat. Oh. We knew we had to forget it for now. In order to survive, we put our past aside.
This won't short up.
All right, we are here at Desert Solstice, presented by HOKA at the Camelback High School track. We are 10 hours into the 24-hour race. Thanks to everyone who has joined us throughout the day so far, and we're excited to welcome a special guest, Arlen. Welcome.
I recognize that room right there.
How are you?
Yes, thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Arlen Glick. Good to have you.
Arlen, have you
Yeah,
been tuning
thanks.
into the race at all today, or?
I've missed most of it, but I'm glad to be
No
here.
worries. There's still a lot to go. 14 more hours. Yeah, I think the highlight, or one of the highlights so far, has been Charlie Lawrence chasing the 100K world record and coming within, a minute and a half, running 6:07 in 10 seconds. Blazing. What do you think of that?
We lost his audio.
I think your audio dipped out for a moment, so let us fix that. Arlen, if you could try talking now, let's see if we can hear you. Still no go.
We had him.
Just take a moment while we get this sorted out.
All right, we're going to bring Arlen in just a little bit. So, Arlen is a veteran of this race, and I remember when he was here, it was 2021,
Yep.
and that was part of Arlen's breakthrough year. I just remember so many things coming together for him in the time leading up. You know, he was laying waste to tons of races on the East Coast, and then, you know, he was this curiosity at Haviland 100 that year, and he came out and he just whooped everybody. He whooped everybody, and it was like, oh, so this guy's for real. And I didn't get a chance to talk to him at Javelina that year, but at Desert Solstice, I got a chance to catch a bit of a bit of Arlen's humor. He had run the 100-mile and still stayed on the course after finishing the 100-miler for another 25, 30 miles or so. And then when he was done, he was done. He was sitting in a chair trying to warm up, and just genuinely my first opportunity to really talk to him, and a great guy and a true ambassador for the sport. And we've got him back, Arlen.
Thought we had you back.
We thought we had him. I see him. I see the familiar room from the chase. Because I do want to have a chat with him about his experiences here at Solstice.
Yeah, that was a crazy year.
Yeah.
So for those unfamiliar, in March, Umstead 100, 13:22. In June, Mohegan 100, 15:22. In July, Burning River 100, 14:15. In October, Javelina 100, 13:14. And then Desert Solstice.
Well, and it continued into the following year.
It did not stop there.
That's when he won Jackpot, and then finished on the podium at Western States, and on the podium at Run Rabbit, and on the podium again at Javelina. There was just a stretch where Arlen was, and and it was pretty amazing to bear witness to. You know, the ascent of Arlen Glick in this sport was so cool. So, all right, let's give it another whirl here, Arlen.
Yes, are you there?
We gotcha.
Bingo.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we'd love to take it back to 2021 Desert Solstice, and yeah, just what are some of your memories from that day?
Yeah, this one was huge for me, and it ended with a kind of a big blow up there. First time at the distance, first time on the track there. But yeah, yeah, kind of nutrition and, but it was fun trying.
Yeah, you had run several 100-milers by that point. You had everything probably pretty well dialed in, but the moment you go beyond at that point, obviously in your career you've gone beyond that now, well beyond that. But at the time, it was uncharted territory for you. At what point beyond 100 miles did you realize that, uh-oh?
Yeah, I think for me, maybe that was my fifth race that year. I had done 400 milers up to that point. So, I mean, I'm sure I was due for a piece of humble pie in any way. But yeah, I think nutritionally it was a stretch, and also just getting used to running around in circles like that. I had done some long trip runs out there, but I didn't realize to run flat like that if you stop, your muscles kind of lock up. So I admired some other people who were stopped for a while and then got up and went again after a rest, and I was hoping to make that work, but I couldn't get the legs working again after that. So, anyway, it was a learning experience. It was a lot of fun.
Do you feel like you took some of those learnings to Cocodona, considering you're out there, well beyond 24 hours?
I definitely did. I brought a lot of the years from from there probably. I was very aware of how things went there and was afraid of how it might play into Cocodona. But fortunately, I didn't have the same problems. I had a little better grip on nutrition. Still had a lot to learn, but yeah, the I think this running trail helps a lot more than running around track for long distances.
Yeah. We had Jeff Browning in here a little earlier this afternoon, and he does not have fond memories of Desert Solstice, to say the least. But yeah, no, it
Yeah, I
was.
think anyone who gets to run on the trail a lot, unless you have really bad like ankle rolls or something that for some reason if you don't hate trail, you're probably gonna hate the track. So I think you kind of have to pick your lane.
Arlen, um, people may not have realized that you had to take a significant break after Cocodona last year. And I don't think I was entirely keyed into it until well after the fact. Are you comfortable with talking about like what your journey has been through? Because you have been encountering some complications in your career, and it seems like you're well back to being on your way.
Yeah, of course, we can talk about it. Yeah, the quick rundown would be, back when I was 19 years old, I was skiing and had a fall and hurt my knee and kind of brushed it off and was in a lot of pain for a while, but wasn't really doing a lot with my knee right then. So I just kind of looked around for a while. Started running at the same time and eventually kind of got over it. Um, and then things started showing up later in my career, like in 22 was the first signs of things, and then 23 um, had a bunch of decent performances, but things were starting to go a bit sideways. In the spring of 24, my physical therapist said I should go get an MRI to see what's going on, and found out that I've been running with a torn ACL pretty much my whole life. Um, so,
Wow.
like, I think it was 12 years after the skiing accident that I got it checked out and found out I'd been running my whole life with a torn ACL. This would have been in March of 24, so I had Cocodona coming up in May. So I asked the surgeon, what I should do about it. Told him a little bit where I was at with my career, and he said that, based on my past experience, I probably would be okay to run the race and have surgery immediately afterwards. So I had surgery scheduled for 2 weeks after Cocodona. So went through with the surgery, and yeah, it's been a long road back, but finally building a pretty good amount of volume. I haven't been able to exceed my previous training volume, but we're getting close, and I'm feeling a lot more confident, more a lot healthier as I'm building back and training.
Arlen, the fact that you've been running and you've accomplished what you had on a torn ACL that was never fully addressed and recovered has to terrify your competition.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it would be one thing if I had spent all of my time on flat surfaces. If I would have just stayed at Desert Solstice, that would probably be one thing. And who knows, I maybe would have never had to have surgery done. But spending a lot of time in the mountains and running technical terrain, I think, is what kind of loosened things up,
Mhm.
which is maybe good that I found out and was able to fix. But yeah, it was a good thing. I always enjoyed like running technical terrain and everything, and didn't realize that I was hopping around on one leg my whole career. But it's exciting. The way I'm feeling now, I definitely can tell that like I got so used to running without it, I thought that was normal. Um, but now it feels a lot more stable, and I feel yeah a lot better on technical terrain. So we'll see what happens.
Arlen 2.0. And yeah, speaking of technical terrain, you recently found out that you're back in for Hard Rock next July. What are the initial thoughts and feelings about that?
Yeah, I am very excited to be back in that race. That is probably it's so hard when you've run so many places in so many different races, but it's definitely one of, if not the favorite race of mine. So I want to get in so bad. Um, and anyhow, so I'm very excited to find out I'm in. So that's going to be the main focal point for the whole season.
Arlen, your comeback race, Run Rabbit, I was out there helping to cover the event on Mountain Outpost. You didn't have your prior success at that event, but it had to be a huge benchmark in your recovery to know that you could go out and be at a Hard Rock qualifier and get it done. Was there a little bit of nervousness or trepidation, and was it in hindsight a confidence booster to know that you were ready to come back?
I think it took some time afterwards to help build the confidence. At the time, I felt pretty defeated, and it was mainly probably just because of the outcome. Yeah, I mean, as you probably know, it was extremely cold up there
Oh,
early
it
in the
was
race, and
terrible.
knee kind of locked up, and so I had to kind of hobble in. So yeah, it didn't go exactly the way I wanted it to, even yeah, just based on like what went wrong. But yeah, it seemed like I recovered really well from that, and had a much better race in South Africa, at Ultra Trail Cape Town. So I think the overall experience was really good this fall. And yeah, Run Rabbit Run, I was in dire need of a hard rock qualifier, and I'm now looking back very glad that I
Yeah.
made it to the finish line and was able to secure that because I needed that really bad.
Yeah, in hindsight, that was the wisest decision you could have made this season.
Yeah, so I'm really happy with where things are at. I still want to build a lot of fitness for hard rock. I could definitely tell, like going into Run Rabbit Run, I was feeling pretty fit, but maybe not there. And yeah, training didn't go quite as well for Ultra Trail Cape Town. So I was probably even less fit for that race. But the knee held up fine for that. It's extremely technical. So I was really happy that it at least, was able to make it to the finish line and feel like I'm past the knee problems, and I can really build fitness. Funny enough, I got home after that and started running and feeling way better than I have at any point building up to it. So I'm not sure. I guess sometimes they say you have to raise yourself back in shape, and I guess that's what's happening.
And yeah, obviously with Hard Rock in 2023, less than a month before you did Western States. I imagine maybe 2026 you'll be going in and with maybe a little more recovery, a little fresher before. Do you have many plans for races before Hard Rock?
I haven't decided on anything, but I probably will line up hopefully two races, at least one, in the 50K to 100K range, somewhere in there. I yeah, I haven't decided on which ones, but I want to find something that really points towards hard rock and something that's going to make me better for that. Like obviously everything hinges on hard rock, so
Yeah.
that's going to be back of mind no matter where I'm racing or what I'm doing.
Did you feel like Western States impacted your race in any for Hard Rock back in 2023?
I put so much into Western states, and hard rock was there. I was glad to be in. It was really fun to do the double, but I was pretty disappointed with the way Western States went. So I probably didn't go in with the best mentality into Hard Rock. And Hard Rock went probably better than Western States. Anyway, it was an interesting place in my career. It was a lot of fun to do the double, but I'm hoping to have a lot more center mindedness towards um, Hard Rock this time around. So yeah, it definitely feels a lot different this year.
Well, you have to be super excited about that men's hard rock field this year. It is.
Yeah,
Let's be
I
honest.
don't.
It's stout. It's more stout than it was in 2023.
Yeah, it's crazy how that race, they don't have a golden ticket system. They don't have, there's so much that they don't have in terms of competitiveness.
Hmm.
And yet somehow they get the stars aligned perfectly. And like last year, the field was just, I just couldn't believe how much talent we had there. And I, I had my picks and whatever going, and they were for the wind. But it. Yeah. Then when I found out this year who all was in it, I'm like, how in the world do you get winners of Western States, Hard Rock, and UTMB all lined up at Hard Rock the next year? So that is very exciting to me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something else this year. Arlen, I remember very fondly your race in 2023 at Hard Rock because, having been exposed to you for the first time at Javelina in 2021, and that was like coming out moment number one, where people were like, "Holy crap, this guy's fast!" And then seeing you at Western States level up even further the following summer, it was like, "Wow, this guy can compete with anybody." And then the following year at Hard Rock, it was like, wow, he can do it on any surface too. I felt like that was the third thing that you did, and maybe the most significant in the fact that it showed that, as the top American male that year, that you you're going to be a serious threat for every race you're in for a long time. That was such a fun race to follow. I mean, you were basically, you and Jeff Browning, a guy who had won the race and is at home in the mountains, and we didn't know. We weren't quite sure how you were going to acclimate, and you answered those questions with exclamation points. It was great to watch.
Yeah, thanks. It was fun because I mean, I come into Hard Rock now with um, a lot different feeling. At the time, I had never done anything with a significant amount of altitude. And yeah, I feel like every time I've leveled up, done something different. I did a bunch of races back east, and I was very confident at the 100 mile distance. And then going to Javelina was different. It was dry heat. It was desert places I hadn't run before. And then getting it Western States, which is kind of my first was mountain race. And then going to Hard Rock the next year. Yeah, it's just I've carried around, I've always been able to be kind of like surprised or scared of my next adventure, maybe. But anyway, so yeah, it's kind of neat to be able to look at races and just decide which ones look like the most fun and pursue that. Try to get in. In many cases, you can't just sign up. But for some reason, the drawing odds seem to be in my favor for a lot of a lot of times. So it's a lot of fun to get to go and see these places.
Well, Arlen, I look forward to seeing you at Hard Rock this summer. I am really amped that you seem to be healthy, recovered, and again, I think that it's going to be fascinating to see, how the San Juans treat you this summer.
I'm right
Yeah,
there with
thanks.
Chris.
I am looking forward to it. I think that the San Juans are probably definitely my favorite place on Earth that I've been to so far. So I'm looking spending some more time up there.
One last question, Arlen. Regarding the movie The Chase that was released this year, you were one of the feature characters in that film. Feature subject characters make it sound like you were acting, and you weren't. It was as authentic as I could have believed. But one thing I didn't get to do is attend the showing in your hometown. Tell us about that, because all I heard leading up was you kind of mentioned that this is like the biggest thing that's happened in my town.
Yeah, it was quite an experience to go down to Main Street and go to the big theater in town. And yeah, to just go to an event that was, yeah, there was probably a couple hundred people there. And it was, I don't know, it's hard to describe what that was like. Going down, the place that I drive through town all the time, it feels so much like home. And yet to bring the racing, the trail running atmosphere to my hometown was a very different feeling from anything that I've got to experience so far. Normally, I travel to somewhere
Hmm.
and engage in that community, and it was really fun to bring that to my hometown.
Yeah, what was the scuttlebutt afterward that when you had conversations with people around town that had attended, there were some of them had to be in absolute awe of what this sport entails. Like they can hear you talk about it, but when they get to really see it like that and portrayed the way it was, it had to open up a lot of eyes.
Yeah, I could tell a big difference in the depth of the questions that people ask me. A lot of the people that I interact with around home, ask me questions about my races, about my running, what's going on. And for them to go and experience the chase in person at a theater and and to learn that much about our community and what our sport really entails, it was really fun to see their eyes being open to what's out there because a lot of them don't really have an interest in the sport of ultra running. A lot of the local friends that I have, like I have some young friends around here, and of course they're very interested in it. But it was very neat to have a lot of other people there and to have their eyes open to what's out there and what the trail running community has to offer. And yeah, it was really fun to see their reactions to that.
Well, Arlen, Patrick, did you have anything else you wanted to ask him?
No, just yeah, best of luck with the season ahead, and yeah, keeping the momentum with your recovery and training.
Well, thanks so much for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, if you're looking for an intermediate race, in terms of distance, I'm sure you could find your way into Eldon Crest if you really wanted to.
I'll have to think about that one.
All right, Arlen, you have a great weekend. Have a great holiday, and we'll see you soon.
All right, thanks, Chris.
All right, Arlen Glick, truly one of the great ambassadors in our sport. Just such a great guy, so encouraging. I saw him out at Javelina, and he, gave me some encouragement on a day that I definitely needed it.
Yeah.
Is just a truly great guy. We are here at Desert Solstice at Camelback High School in central Phoenix, Arizona. We can give an update. Let's first the women's race. Joyce Payne is leading with 64.1 miles, and Colleen Dreyhus in second at 60.1 miles. Unfortunately, they were the only two women that started the race today. We did have a full complement of women expected to run this race. We had 11 registered initially, and unfortunately, through illness, injury, or other commitments, only 2 were able to actually start the race, but we're going to be following that race between Joyce and Colleen. I don't know if they're necessarily looking at it as racing each other, but I know that they're both gunning for impressive times to hopefully position themselves to have early inside track on 24-hour national team spots, which in the case of the women has become extremely competitive.
Yes.
Last year we had 4 women top 150 miles at this race, and we'll start to do the math as the night progresses and see what their chances are of hitting that kind of number.
I think we're going to be joined here shortly by our friend Noah Doherty, Director of Events for Air Viper Running. So we'll get a little bit of a inside look at what it takes to, host an event like this.
Yeah, Noah does direct a couple events still on the Air Viper calendar. The Mogollon Monster is now a dual qualifier for Western States and Hard Rock. And he is out here directing this race this year. And I figure the reason why Noah has decided to direct Desert Solstice this year is that there must not have been a Fish concert this weekend.
That's always the 28th through the 31st.
Noah Doherty, welcome to the Desert Solstice broadcast presented by HOKA. How you doing?
Thanks, guys. I'm doing good.
So, with a race like this, on the surface, it looks like it kind of just is fairly smooth, but there's a lot of things you have to keep in mind for this kind of event. I mean, because there's so much at stake.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't have to worry about things in terms of course maintenance or runners getting lost on, out there, you hope. But you think of like what goes into the back end of an event such as Solstice. Can you talk about some of the things you have to do to prepare for something such as a Charlie Lawrence assault and a world record?
Right. Yeah. It's I've been saying it's kind of different. Like I'm used to directing kind of trail ultras and hundreds and stuff, where everything in the ultra world lives in this like sort of ish world. It's like 101 miles ish or 25K ish, and everybody's like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm okay with that. But this is just like everything matters. Every foot matters. Every inch matters, and it's pretty cool. It's a fun event to be a part of. It's not like anything else we do. And these people are coming out here and they're really just like, I'm going for it. I'm putting myself out there and I'm going to do like everything I can to run as far as I can or as fast as I can. So it's definitely unique. It's really kind of an inspiring thing to watch. I know on paper, you're like, oh, you just watch people run 600 miles or 600 laps on a 400-meter track for 24 hours straight. That sounds really fun. It's like, and it's hard to tell friends that are like, wait, what are you talking about right now? But it is cool, and it's just like there's such machines out here. But and then the nerve-wracking part of is always like, making sure all those ducks are in a row, because when somebody like Charlie comes or Zach comes or somebody, putting in these big miles, you got to make sure it can be ratified afterwards. And I think that's kind of the big thing. We're always, we out?
Jordan? You what? Just for this side or for everything?
I think just this. We're still good over here.
Oh yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I think we just tripped a breaker.
Okay. It's the heater. Stay tuned.
Just want to make sure we didn't. Oh, we're still broadcasting.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we just lost this side. That might have been the space heater.
Like we're still alive here, you're saying? Keep going?
The broadcast. No, the broadcast.
Oh, the broadcast. You're
yeah.
saying. Okay.
But none of these
Not
things.
us.
But
probably.
we'll be careful. make sure we don't say anything we shouldn't. But let me verify. Our audio is still going through, so we can continue our conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just it's different. Your responsibilities aren't like you were saying. Like, okay, make sure the course is marked correctly. Make sure there's aid stations in the right place at the right time, and staff is there. It's like once the race is on, it's just kind of you just watch, and if somebody has a question, you help them, and that's it. I mean, you guys have been out here for 10 hours now, so you know what it's like. What do you think?
I think it's very very well run. It's a fantastic event. Again, I think we're in agreement that it is not everybody's cup of tea, and we don't expect it to be. But at the same time, it is fun to witness because it's just a different animal.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that everything is self-contained and you can see everything that's going on.
That is cool.
Like, Jake Jackson says it, and he says you can't hide on the track.
Right.
And so you, there's no, hiding in the trees or,
right.
getting too far ahead from your opponent or your competitors, because they know exactly where you are and they know what you're doing, and if they're close enough, they can tell the look on your face.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it is fun, and this group right now is crushing it. I mean, I feel like there's still people that haven't walked a single step yet in 10 plus hours, and it's pretty amazing.
Pete Kostelnik has been fantastic.
Oh yeah, super
Castro
consistent
as well.
Yeah, they're always consistent. I'm happy to see him doing well because he was nervous about coming out and stuff. So I'm glad he's crushing it right now. But
yeah, we've got a half dozen people who really have barely taken a walking step, but even those who have, I mean, Bob Hearn.
Yeah,
what Bob is doing out here is pretty fantastic as a 60 plus runner now.
Right.
I mean, he is. We're doing some math to try and see where he's at in relation to some of these American age group records, and as long as he keeps doing what he's doing a little while longer, his margin for error increases dramatically.
Yeah.
The 100-mile is going to take a lot for him to catch, but when you're talking about the 200K and the 24-hour numbers, he's in strong position to break those numbers.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe the 200K. Yeah, it's great.
We just pulled up his lap splits at one point, and just 3 laps in a row, 225.7, 225.8, 225.7.
Yeah,
it was just the level of consistency was
for sure
incredibly impressive. And
he's so tunneled in.
Yeah.
I'm curious. So yeah, talking about records, and with one record already happening today, but what is the process after that record is run, both today, tomorrow, a week from now? What does that look like from your standpoint?
Yeah, we have especially with American records, we usually help with that. Sometimes with international, they'll handle it themselves, but we go through USATF, and that team's really great with submitting and stuff, and so there's just a declaration, it's like a form fill out, and if they have any questions, you do that. But it's nice with the multiple timing points. It helps answer a lot of questions if there ever was something where it's they're only going 200 meters before they get the next timing point, so if something did miss, it's we can see him on the back end, or we can see him here, one or the other, but the level of consistency there just makes it a lot easier. So normally the process for me hasn't
pretty smooth.
It's.
And are there also the hand timed in addition to?
Yeah, Depending on the
mats?
spot, like technically the 100K finishes at a start finish, so
Okay.
you have an official timing
Yes.
point there. We did the stopwatches anyway because we just want to make sure,
Yeah,
you know,
go
and
above
it's
and
been
beyond.
a new record and stuff. So we do 3 stopwatches, and I took a photo of him crossing the finish. So it's like time clock,
You have that
3
timestamp,
stopwatches.
yeah.
The actual timing system caught it on 2 mats. Not to mention, you know, with the live stream, there's a lot of proof there. So
Yeah.
we were like, we want no question here. And throughout the race, talking about like the technicality and stuff, it's like we have cones around each bend or each turn because, you know, it's the whole tangent. The shortest tangent is what's measured for the certified course. So like, if you run outside of that, it's fine. It just makes a little bit longer. So that's why sometimes their watches are like, oh, I ran a 50K, but it was 31.5. It's like,
Yeah.
well, believe it or not, 2 steps to the left,
Adds
30
up.
times starts to add up, you know. But I'm like kind of checking every single corner. I'm like, make sure nobody can take like 2 extra inches here or there, because it's like I don't want any random technicality of something happening that's like, oh wow, you know, blah blah blah. So hopefully there's no problems with it, and hopefully we get some more stuff happening tonight and make it fun going through the night here. I think people were probably relieved. It's interesting, as soon as Charlie finished, the clouds finally like got above people's heads.
Yep.
And it was like, oh, there's some shade now, and so hopefully that helped a little bit to cut in. And I don't think it's supposed to get too cold. Probably perfect running weather tonight for people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any verification of this, but I think this afternoon was one of the warmest stretches we've ever had at Desert Solstice.
I was wondering that too.
It was
know?
really warm.
We
It
were
was
saying
pushing
it
80
was
degrees.
still like a week later than it's historically been to
Yeah.
the race, and still very warm.
Yeah, I mean, this
Not
whole
that a
week's
week
been like
makes a
one of the
huge
warm.
difference,
We've
but
broken
yeah.
like 3 records, I think, in Phoenix.
Yeah, 80s constantly.
That's what I was
this week.
wondering, and I don't know, and obviously Charlie could maybe tell us better, but it's like, is one lap with that heat enough of a variant where it's like, hey, if it was 65 degrees is the high and he was running in 55 all morning, is that the difference of 400 meters?
Yeah.
Could be. I mean, you know,
I don't know, but you know what I mean? Like, if it was cloudy and 60 or 55,
Yeah, I mean,
and
I
like it
feel
should
like
have
they
been.
say for your marathon, you know, add 5 seconds a mile for every whatever,
exactly,
like
yeah.
5 degrees
Yeah.
or something like that. So
Yeah, and like elevation, they'll do that in cross country
Yeah.
and stuff.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. And you know, he's saying he was fairly like heat acclimated. You know, he goes through a sauna protocol. He
did say,
had some cooling techniques handy, although he did order off of Amazon that neck towel
So
just
does,
this
yeah.
week.
Yeah, he did say
but-
he was like, I'm prepared for the heat, so I don't think
Yeah.
that's going to be a factor. And maybe it wasn't. I was just wondering.
Yeah, but I think regardless, it still will impact things a little bit, and even just the, mentality too. Like it definitely adds to the, I think, perceived, level of exertion there and effort.
And it's
and
also
even just
very
carrying the sponge too, and like
Yeah, I know. love
I
it.
even find sometimes when you just look at your watch, you like slow down just
Right.
with that, like
Yeah.
just getting out of your groove a little bit. So I can imagine holding a sponge
going in between
and-
people, and just enough, which seems insignificant, each time. But
22-second bathroom stop and
right,
Yeah.
When
yeah,
you think about it, I mean, when you really distill it, when you really break it down, I mean, 250 laps, 95 seconds, 22 of that in a bathroom stop. So you're talking.
Did he say it was 22 second?
Yeah.
That's what
bathroom?
his team told him. 22-second bathroom stop.
And he said he normally doesn't have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, which he said was an
Yeah.
anomaly for him. But so you take that 22 seconds away from that 95-second discrepancy or deficit from the world record, and you're talking 73 seconds. 73 seconds is less than a third of a second per lap out there.
Totally.
Like, that's how tight this kind of thing
Right.
can be.
I know it is wild to think that it's that close, but that's what I was saying. When he came in going on his last lap, he was off by like 9 seconds from the world record at that time. Where it
Yeah.
was like, had that been, so still a pretty incredible race. It was super fun to watch him, and he's smooth out there. When he runs, it's just like
Yeah,
it's got a nice stride, and he's just cruising.
Well, and
It's funny.
and to even belabor that further, I mean, when we're saying, he needs to go 128, 129, and he's doing 132, 131, like those added up.
Yeah.
Like that's how
Yeah.
narrow the margin is. But that also has me believing that he is going to leave nothing to chance next year. Like he's going
Right.
to come out here and I think that it wouldn't surprise me in the least to see Charlie come away with a sub 6 hour 100K. And frankly, who knows? Maybe that's what it takes by this time next year.
Yeah,
Because everybody's
totally.
getting so dang
Yeah.
fast. And afterwards, his attitude, like, I'll be honest, like when he came down over in Santa Fe, he acted like a rock star. And I loved him for it.
Yeah.
It was great. That dude has
He's
some
got that
swagger.
vibe. Yeah.
And it's not like a
Not your standard, trail runner vibe.
no. I
Yeah.
mean, he's good and he knows
Which
it.
is
And
good, yeah,
I don't
I
think it
like
was
it.
arrogant. I think it was just this confidence, like I know I can do
Yeah.
this,
Yeah.
and I'm going to come back here and I'm going to prove it next year.
Yeah.
I mean, he seemed to. He actually, and that's kind of funny because he really seemed to take what happened today in stride. Like he had a really good attitude about it.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I
as
mean, he
close as
still
he
ran a
was.
6:07, right?
Yeah,
It's
Still-
pretty
still
fastest
beat a
American to ever
Walmsley
do it,
American
right?
record.
Yeah.
That's
I know he had
Verified
2
air.
goals ahead of that, but still.
yeah. I mean, when your C goal is beat Jim Walmsley for the American record,
Totally.
you
Yeah.
you have aspirations above and beyond.
Yeah.
So.
And he was saying, I thought this was funny. Like, he in his 50-mile world record, he was like, that was like sort of like too easy, and
Yeah.
it was sort of to get that so early
Really?
on in his ultra running sort of,
Yeah.
career. It was like, he in his head he was like 100K, 100 mile, 24 hour, like I'll just knock him off like, first
Right.
go kind
Yeah,
of thing.
yeah, yeah.
So, I think just this is a in some ways a good just reminder of, keep your head down, stay dialed,
Yeah.
and just keep working. And he's got comrades in the spring, which, or in June, which really excites me since there haven't been a lot of men who have U.S. men who have gone to comrades in recent
yeah?
years,
Nice.
and he has
That's cool.
every possibility of winning that race, and I think and we did hear from him Western States in the long run 2028 or
He did
or
not say that,
he
did
did. He absolutely did. Yeah, he is fascinated by that. I think he, as a speedy guy, he wants to continue to chase,
Yeah.
the road stuff. But
Well, it's
yeah,
funny on
he-
his because we have an athlete profile when people
Yeah.
fill it out to apply essentially, and it's like, hey, what's your goal? Are you going for the 100-mile distance or the 24-hour? Did you see this on his thing? And it just said absolutely not.
absolutely not. Yeah,
It's like, no way I'm running all night. Are you crazy? Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
That
maybe
was
once
funny.
he slows down a little bit, he'll change his mind.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, 100K.
Totally.
I mean, Western States only's got to run 14 hours or less, so doesn't have to run all day.
I know. Seriously.
But yeah, no, he
Back for dinner.
brought some excitement to that for 6 hours for sure.
Yeah, we had definite spikes of people tuning in and like,
Yeah.
hey, just tuned in. Where's Charlie at?
Yeah.
And
Brings a different audience too to I think to an event like this. Just the communities that he's part of. So that's always I just love to see new lights shined on this niche
Well, and
corner
and, like,
of the sport.
Calling your shot is kind of a cool thing, right? Because people are intrigued by that, right? They're like, oh,
Yeah.
man, this guy.
And-
Not only does he know he's going for it, he's telling us he's going for it. And I think that's a
that's
cool
a Jim
thing, too.
Walmsley thing right
Right,
there.
yeah.
yeah, you know what? That's a
Learn
good
from the
point.
best.
That's absolutely a good point. That that's something that is very familiar
Right.
to this scene that sometimes people will call their shot. And also, when Sorokin set the 100K world record back in 2023, he was 42 years old. Charlie's 30. He's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Where he is still going to be in his prime to establish a full-fledged assault on these records. Like he could really, put his stamp on several levels of records over the course of the next few years. Now, granted, just as well, there could be somebody else who comes up,
Sure.
underneath. I mean, you were
Yeah.
mentioning some of the other names of people that are just, putting down blistering times that if they decide to, stretch their day out a little bit longer,
Yeah.
who knows? But
Just run
And-
100K with all super shoes and just let everybody come out and like have at it.
well, that's what they did earlier this year, basically, right?
So yeah, in August they had that.
Yeah, the
The guy
Adidas
that
chasing 100.
broke 6 hours. Yeah.
Bonkers, yeah.
I don't know what that was. That the
5:59:20.
60 millimeter? Was that
I
the?
think it was 50 millimeter.
50,
yeah.
yeah.
So,
It's crazy. It makes that much of a difference.
yeah, I know. Yeah, we were. Yeah, it's interesting how. Yeah, and they had other gear aspects as well, but
Did they? Yeah. I didn't.
Yeah.
I was looking up the numbers on it, but because he ran it was like a 602, I think, or 603.
603, yeah. So, he knows he's physically capable of it, and
Yeah.
we saw with Kipchoge when he did his sub 2 hour attempt, he ended up running faster
Yeah.
post that in the.
It's interesting
reset.
too. I mean, with it being literally like the shortest day of sunlight, it's like, does that actually work in their favor? Because then it's more. You normally, like, we host that 100-miler in January, where it's like, hey, you got almost 14 hours of darkness, which is
Yeah.
like a long time to run through the dark. But here, you don't have to wear a headlamp, and so then you get the heat gone.
No, yeah, you
quicker
don't
for the
notice
24-hour,
a
yeah.
huge, if anything. Yeah, I mean, I think the nighttime is ideal for all these runners
Probably,
out there. I mean, the sleepiness or fatigue that you're dealing with, but condition-wise, it doesn't get much
Yeah.
much better.
A quick question about the change in venue here. Of course, we've been at Central High School for many years and pivoting to Camelback. Is this going to be a permanent thing, or is this like just a temporary thing, or we'll just see?
It's kind of. I mean, we hadn't planned on coming here. Like, they had a construction delay, and they're like, we can get you down the street. And of course, this I think has worked out well.
Yeah.
The one difference we noticed is at Camelback, it's 10 lanes, and this is only 8. So as far as our setup on the track, it makes it a little tighter, but kind of buildings there. So.
Do we know, and one of my concerns about the move here is that this is a little bit more of a residential area.
I know, I was wondering that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's houses right on the backside here. But
Well, I
Well,
mean, I'm
we'll
sure
see.
they have large football games and other.
yeah,
Yeah, but
Much
they don't go
rowdier
until 3 or
crowds.
4 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's
Sure, yeah.
the concern. So
yeah.
hopefully
I don't
it's,
know. We'll see. I mean, the nice thing is the runners, they're like, track's track, right?
Yeah.
Like, legitimately, it doesn't matter.
there were no complaints about the
around at all.
elevation
Yeah.
changes or variance there.
Yeah, no change to the course
So
whatsoever.
requesting course files.
Yeah,
I'd like the
Exactly.
GBX track for that.
that is the one thing that's nice. Like, hey, track is a track, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to worry about messing anybody's game up there. And it was close enough where, Phoenix Union, it's all the same kind of thing. So.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have to change a lot logistically in terms of like if you were staying at a hotel close to Central High School, your hotel is still close to Camelback High School.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Unless you were within walking distance, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
It's still only less than maybe 2 miles from
Yeah,
there to
depending-
here.
3 miles maybe, depending
Okay.
on how you go. Yeah, yeah, it's still pretty close. Yeah.
So, do you have any insight into what happened with the women's field today? I mean, I was starting to gather my research a few weeks ago, and I tabled what I was doing because I figured I'd wait until things got closer in case there were any shakeouts in the field. And then I went and looked, and we went from 11 women registered to 2.
I know, it's a bummer.
Yeah.
Mostly just like wear and tear injuries. That's kind of the main thing. It was just, some of the athletes had big years, and they're like, hey, I want to go out on top. I want to push this on this thing. And then I think as the last 20, 30 days came, they were second guessing, like, maybe I should just shut it down as I, head into the holiday season and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, not ideal, obviously. We would love to have an even field if at anything, but just kind of the way it shook out. And then we lost another one this week who was sick, and it's not something kind of back to the original point of what you're used to in ultra running, where it's like, oh, I'm sick, but I can gut out a 50K or I can gut out a 25K.
Yeah, people
or something.
go with very specific intentions
Yeah,
generally here.
You can't really just be like, oh, I can't breathe. Let me see what I do for 24 hours. It's not something. And I think the athletes feel a level of respect to this event where they're like, I want to take my best shot at it because I don't know if I'm going to get another shot. And I think that's a cool thing too, is they understand like, hey, this is a unique event and it's elevated because of, for whatever reason, if it's, I don't know how it's presented or just who comes. So they feel like if I'm going to be on the track with these athletes, I want to make sure I'm giving it my best shot, so.
Yeah, this is the kind of race where, you're not coming here just to finish. You're coming here with, like you said, very deliberate intentions. So, if you can't bring your A game, then this is not the race that you're going to run.
That's what I always like that about Zach. He's, I remember a few years ago he was interviewing like post race from one of the Solstice, and he was talking to Jamel, and he's like, at say 56 or 60 something miles, he was he pulled the plug, and he's like, I know I can run 100 miles. I'm not here to tell myself like, hey, can I run the 100-mile distance? Like, I know I can do that. I'm trying to break a record here. So why run 38 more miles at 7:30 pace and just kill myself?
Yeah.
If I'm not going to, it's kind of an interesting thing where, most of us are out there to see if you can do it.
Yeah. Well, and that is a different mindset. Like and that's why I have, I totally understand when some of these elite runners elect to pull the plug, because they're not doing this for this race for the same reasons like you or I might be doing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Having 100 or Mogollon Monster. It's a completely different animal to be here at Desert Solstice. This is business.
It's cool. Yeah.
It is business.
Yeah.
And
cool.
When are people generally committing to this event? When do you see the majority of the field sort of locked in? How far in advance?
It's tough. It kind of, I would say spring is when people start to commit, and then you get some of the other names will start to show up like maybe July, August. That'd be like 3 months out or so, when they're like, okay, I've had a good training block. I made it through maybe a 100-mile race or whatever in the summer. This year's, these years with Worlds is always a little different because if you make the world, the national team, you're going to go to Worlds, right? Like that's a huge opportunity. So then there's a number of people that maybe don't come on for that reason, because it's sort of close in terms of pushing yourself as hard as you can twice in 8 weeks or 10 weeks maybe. I think it was a little earlier this year. It was October something, right?
Yeah, first portion of October.
So you get some early people that are excited about making that end of year A race, and then people that, like with any race, people are like, I don't want to sign up unless I know I'm in shape to do it. And then they'll wait till August, September. It's rare you get like last minute entries in this,
Well, we had, notably, I think that the biggest example of that was Scott Troyer in 2023. And thank goodness he did, because that was a pretty rough field. We had a lot of attrition that year. And I remember Scott Troyer had gone to Worlds that year and was dissatisfied with the way that his Worlds went. And he still felt he had the build up and the fitness from that to run this event 6 weeks later or 7 weeks later, and came out here and tore it up.
Yeah. I thought we might get him again this year, but he went to Fat Ox instead. So hey, it's all right.
It's a high profile.
I think he dropped 130 something there, right?
Yeah, it's US ATF championship.
All concrete.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there you get that too, right? It's like sometimes people go there, something happens and you're disappointed, but you've had the fitness building up to it. Mm-hmm. So even if you take 3 weeks off, it's all there still,
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see. We I don't know if we've held it this late, and if that's a factor too, where people are close to the holidays, and who knows, A lot of races out there. Fat Ox is last month, Jackpot's next month. It's like a lot of options for people to get out and try their luck.
So, with regards to the invitational standards, do you ever find situations where maybe like because you've got the A standard and you've got the B standard, and my understanding of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the A standard is basically like if you apply and you're the A standard, as long as we have a slot for men or women depending, that you're in. And the B standard is like, okay, well, if we have a slot and we can get you in, we'll get you in, but we're kind of making sure that our A spots are filled first. Have there ever been any situations where, like, all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, we're running out of room? Or is there, in your mind, flexibility enough that we can accommodate a couple extra runners in those cases here and there? Because I know that a couple times in the past we've had as many as 30 runners out on course.
Yeah, it's a tricky balance, and I don't. Yeah, it's tough because the A standard it's rare company.
Yeah.
Like, there's not a ton of people that have 145 miles under their belt,
Mm-hmm.
or a 14, 18, or whatever it is in 100 mile. Whether but tons of accomplished runners that are insanely fast. Like, we're saying the A goal, I think it's 14. It's something like 14, 18 or something like that. But so that's the A goal. But say you run a 15:25, it's like now your B standard. But it's still an insanely fast 100 mile. You know what I mean?
Like in the men's case, I think it's like 14:18 versus like 15:10 or something.
Yeah,
like
it's still super fast. And I think there's like an exclusivity of it where it's like, hey, we want this to be the platform where those people are coming here and we supply them this location to set a record. Like, we're gonna make this as best as possible. And part of what happens too is limiting it to 30 is, and there were some other people we could have potentially invited that wanted to come run, and we'd love to have them run when the time is right. But knowing, Charlie had committed early, and we knew Zach was feeling pretty good after running his sub 12 2 months ago or whatever it was. We wanted to make sure, okay, whoever's on the track, we don't want it to be a hindrance to those people who are running shorter time but faster, right?
Yeah.
5:40 is a very, very fast pace to be going around 30 people or 35 people or 25 people. So there's a level of that part that we're being conscious of that person, where it's like, hey, you chose Desert Solstice to come try to break a world record. We want to respect that. We want to give you the best chance to do that. And 15 runners is probably less than we would maybe want, but I think it still provided a great opportunity for people to come here. And some people are still out here going to have huge days today, and hopefully some PRs as well, and maybe some qualified people. So I think it just kind of varies. We've talked about kind of messing with the standards and not, we want to keep it what it is. But I think, like I mentioned, there's a lot of people that just haven't put themselves in that position. Like, I've never tried a 24-hour race before, so I don't know, and we don't want to discount that entirely, but so it's tricky. It's tricky to find that balance.
Yeah, I mean, talk about, like, we've talked to two people, Jeff Browning and Arlen Glick, who came out here for the first time, and they had some experiences that they did not expect to have.
Yeah.
Jeff was, I still laugh by it, and I don't mean to laugh at Jeff in this, but, like, this race gives him hives. Like, like the idea of running 100 miles on the track just makes him, like, physically, like, nauseous. And Arlen,
like, uninterested, or like
as in
stressed
it makes
because
him
of when
angry.
he did it.
Like, Jeff wants nothing to do with running this race ever again.
Really?
Like, oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's made it abundantly clear to us. But that's because he just knows what he's good at and where he's comfortable. Arlen, talked about, how, at the time he hadn't run beyond 100 miles, and he, the first 13 hours seemed to be going very well for him, and then after that, things went sideways in a hurry. Zach Bitter, a few years ago, when he decided he was going to stick around for 24 because he wanted to find out, he ended up running 100 miles and walking for 30. That's, sometimes what happens out here. It's a very unique race, and it's kind of cool to see, in the men's race here, two guys who just seem to be built for it, and Jordan Camastro and Pete Kostelnik.
Yeah, agree.
Like, if you see Jordan out at Haviland 100, he's not going to necessarily be a contender for a podium. And you see Pete at Cocodona or at Mogollon, he's going to finish, and he's going to finish well, but you're talking about like a 10th or 15th place. But out here, this is their wheelhouse, and these guys know how to be economical and budget themselves and their energy levels to put down a decent 100-miler, and then, you know, and continue to push and press. You know, Bob Hearn, another one, you know, that you're not going to see him at the front of, you know, a golden ticket race, but, you know, you bring, you know, some of those golden ticket people out here and go toe to toe with him, he might, you know, show him a thing or two about
they'll
you know,
start 20 miles ahead of him and finish behind him by the end of the thing.
But that's one of the cool things I think about, to me, Desert Solstice, is the fact that it does have this completely unique subset of the sport where, you know, like these runners are all extremely talented, but it shows that there is a genuine difference in strengths and weaknesses on various aspects of ultra running.
Yeah, no, it is cool. We say the same thing about our fixed time events like ATY, where the demographic is older, and but they put down just insane miles.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, you know, the average age, I think, is almost 60 probably overall in that race. But you talk to them and they're like, yeah, I used to do hundreds all the time, but I can't meet those cutoffs in a mountain 100 or whatever it is, so I can run 100. And then they're like, oh, I ran 375 miles in 6 days.
Yeah.
It's
like somebody like John Giesler will come out and drop 400 miles in 6 days, and he'll look like he's barely moving when he's doing it, but then all of a sudden you look at his number at the end, he's sleeping while he's walking, and he's kind of tilted at about a 10:30, you know?
So it's cool. It gives them a place to do that too, you know, not to get away with this. But Pete runs kind of like Megan last year was insane when she was just
my goodness,
an absolute machine it was crazy.
I
know Stephanie even beat her. It was the crazy thing.
With regard to this race being a world's qualifier and that being a huge draw for runners, has Aravaipa ever explored the idea of hosting worlds?
I don't know, actually. That would definitely be a Jamil or Nick question. I don't know what goes into that, or I think Phoenix in December would be November.
It would be
December.
October, and that was kind of our.
Is it always October?
It seems
I think
like
there's a little.
Oh, it is. I thought it was like. Okay, but October would be tough.
Yeah, October would be very
that would be too risky.
Having 100 going on like that.
Well, I just mean if we thought today was hot.
Yeah.
You know, October you're almost guaranteed 85 to 90.
Yeah, that would be kind of tough.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be. I mean, I would love it just for the fact that I feel like we'd be able to cover it without having to, you know, sacrifice too much. But I mean, frankly, if they want to fly us to Albany or to Taiwan, I'm game for that next time. But,
well, and just like I
think.
That?
IAU, do you hear that? World Athletics.
They're in the chat.
We're ready. Yeah, totally.
Well, yeah, and just you know, always a lot of the world courses are not necessarily optimized for like just the number of, you know, sharp turns, 90-degree turns. You know, I would just love to see because I love how Desert Solstice, everything is optimized for you to get the best out of yourself.
Right.
And I think that's often not the case with many of the world championships.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, that's why Rawhide,
least resistance is what we're going for, right?
Like, I was thinking Rawhide would be a great place, though, because you've got the latitude to kind of make it a little bit of a meandering course where you don't have any 90-degree or hairpin turns or anything like that, you know? But, you know, something
because they had the marathon project out there today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Carbon X
was out there, yeah.
That's what my thought process was there.
Time of year.
I mean, you can't do it on a track because you've got 300, 400 runners and, you know, everything like that. But, you know, to have
when is the last time it was in the U.S.? Do you guys know?
I don't think it never has been in the time that I've been following the sport. So, I mean, you also need a company that's willing to and capable of handling the logistics involved of a several 100-person ultra marathon.
Yeah.
And do we know any of those?
Get some names. Did you guys talk about Jordan's how he rents a car?
Yes.
Did you talk
do
about
we know
that?
what he drove here today?
Yeah.
What did he drive here today?
A Darth, right? Darth? Yeah.
A Darth?
Barth? Is it a Barth or a Darth? You've seen the logo. I can't remember.
I have.
And he had like a whole explanation. So for those that don't know, you talked about it already.
Oh
right?
yeah. So the reason why, oh my goodness,
it's pretty classic. Yeah. because he said it was like sensible and comfortable where he needed to be like in the saddle today to run for 24 hours. He's like, I didn't want to get too ramped up and have too much horsepower on the way here. It was pretty funny.
A lot of thought goes into that.
Oh
Wow.
yeah,
I loved
absolutely.
it.
Yeah, the thing about it is that, he does this every, big race that he does because he wants to feel fast. And
Yeah.
and now it's gotten to the point where I genuinely seek him out to be like, okay, what'd you drive to the
Yeah,
race
yeah,
today, I remember, I think it might have been last year's Solstice or the year before, he drove one of those, I think it was a Mercedes with like the most obnoxious iridescent wrap. Like that thing was like that green and purple, like
Yeah.
depending on what kind of
Oh,
sun
like a
you got.
wrap. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean it was gaudy as all heck, but I loved it.
Yeah.
It's just
Well, it
I was
could
like,
feel good, you know?
It's a cool
Yeah.
thing to do. That's
I like it.
I like that. Yeah.
yeah, and Jordan has been, he's always a source of enthusiasm and a little bit of comic relief here and there in these races.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
he definitely, this is his A race seemingly every year at this point. Like
Yeah, he loves it.
He
Yeah.
fought for years to get into this race.
Yeah.
And then once he got in, he's like, I'm sticking around.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's cool.
Awesome.
Okay, 11 hours in.
yeah.
Not even halfway.
We're not even halfway.
We were talking about, I was walking around the football field earlier because it's like, well, it's lit up all day. I was like, we should have like a frisbee out here or football. And I was like, we can't have a soccer because God knows we'd miss the goal and kick
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
over the thing. But then I was like, well, what about like the 12-hour mark as soon as you eclipse the halfway, it's like a drums procession comes out. And like
I love it.
20 minutes just hitting the drums at the midfield, We got to think of something to just take their eye off the thing and spice it up, and it'd still be 8:00, so as far as like the neighborhood goes, we'd be in that realm of things. So if you guys have any ideas of what we can do to, then we were talking about, like, do we just put like tables out on the field for people to go and play games and like just something.
Well, cornhole. I like cornhole.
Yeah, like something like that. The problem is the crews are so tied up and you don't have time.
Yeah.
It's not like Javelina where it's like, all right, we'll see you in 3.5 hours or 5 hours or whatever.
Yeah,
it's
see
like,
you
all
in
right,
90 seconds.
See you in 90 seconds.
And
no
I
kayak
can see you the
for
entire
Noah.
time.
No,
What's that?
no kayak for you to.
No,
kayak
yeah,
around.
exactly. Can't just meander out on South Pond for 45 minutes and enjoy the view.
So,
That's the best.
yeah, we were talking about Bob Hearn and his pursuit of records. Bob having just turned 60, trying to scoop them all here. The American age group for 60-64, the 100-mile record is 16:23. The 200-kilometer is 23:39:47. That seems unseasonably soft. Or attainable. Soft is probably the wrong
Right.
term for it. Because I couldn't do it, ever. And 24-hour is 125.59. So Bob is currently, in order to hit that 100-mile, he would have to pace 9:39 per mile for the next 32.6. He's about 67.4 in.
What's he at, 67?
Yeah. And he's been pacing about a 9:55, so it looks like that's going to be a little bit out of reach for him.
Yeah.
But as long as he maintains what he's doing, to do the 200K, he's just got to maintain a 13:13 pace for the rest of the way. And again, I shouldn't say just, but he's got, like, he has a
That's
lot
for
of
the
wiggle room.
200K?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the 24-hour, in order to hit that number, he is 58.19 miles away, and he needs to maintain a 13:16 pace the rest of the way. So
Just got to stay consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, just a reminder, he was in 14th
I know.
and is now in
Totally,
5th.
I
Yeah.
noticed
So-
that. Yeah.
yeah, he and Pete both.
What's Pete at right now?
Pete is currently at 77.8.
Okay, so he's got to be getting close to 80.
And Pete had, come in with a stated goal of trying to come after the American record held by Nick Curry, and actually said 175. That fairly early on was, we kind of realized wasn't going to be in the cards, but
Yeah, he had reached out a couple weeks ago and said he was having some issues. I don't know exactly what. And he almost withdrew, actually.
mhm.
But he's like, you know what? I'll give it a go. And now he's running strong as ever. So
Yeah,
excited to see what happens.
He's been averaging an 8:39 pace to this point.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think he's walked a single step.
No. in order for him to hit his PR, he would need to average about an 8:57 the rest of the way.
Wowzer.
He would. That's kind of, you know,
But his PR is over 150, right?
his PR is,
154.
is the previous best at Desert Solstice.
163.
Yeah,
Oh,
163.
it's over. It is 163.
Yeah, 163.68.
Wow.
So,
That'd be cool.
yeah, so in order for him to get that, okay, so he's got just under 86 miles to get there, and he would need to maintain an 8:56.
So what would his pace be to get to 100? What are we looking at for that? Do you have that there?
As far as like where compared to where he's at now,
Yeah, like if he's at 77, when should we expect him to hit? We gotta
that would
route
be a
change.
14:24. So you're talking. I don't think anybody's gonna like. Yeah, that's
14:24.
14:24
At his
would be
current
his
pace.
8:39 at his current pace. So probably going to be a little bit behind that. Then it's just simply due to the nature of
Yeah.
not being able to maintain an exact pace for that long. But yeah, I mean, you know, if he runs a, you know, say a 14:30, 14:40, that is his PR is just over 14 hours. He ran a 14:03 in Kansas. It was either maybe it was the beginning of this year.
Yeah.
So
Oh, this year.
yeah. Well, I mean, and Pete's story has been, you know, it was amazing. I mean, you talk about a guy who, you know, I never talked with him about it at length because I wasn't comfortable with having that discussion. But like the thought that his running career could have been over.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, with a fractured pelvis, you know, and having to have like 2 huge screws inserted into his pelvis to help him get built back together. Yeah, his PR was just this March, 14:02.25. So he's come back
That's cool.
strong
Yeah.
after, you know, a debilitating injury. You know, he did a 154.6 at dawn to dusk to dawn in Pennsylvania back in May. You know, I remember actually he was out at Hotfoot Hamster, or no, maybe it was Jackrabbit Jubilee. He was running that as a tune-up for Worlds, and he was really hot that day. He came out of the gates screaming, like, you know, he was. I think his goal was to hit 80 in 12, and
Wow.
he wasn't quite able to get there. He actually he pulled the plug halfway through.
Yeah.
Basically, he's just like, this is ridiculous. And,
Yeah, it's hot.
and also like to it was in August, so you're talking about 2 months in advance of Worlds. You don't want to be
Yeah.
messing with that when you're on the national team. So I think he did the smart thing to pull the plug on that. So, but he's also been finding himself ever since he moved to Flagstaff doing the mountains more. You know, I mean, he's done Cocodona, he's done Mogollon. He did Kendall Mountain Run earlier this year. I mean, that's
Awesome.
nothing but mountain.
Yeah, totally.
So we need to get him up to Crown King.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
I think he'd have a great day out there.
That would be a kind of a good mix of, yeah, road /
Yeah, he likes to do it all. And he's having a very good day. Of course, you know, he held the course record at Badwater for several years too.
Yeah.
So
Well, thanks for joining us, Noah.
yeah,
happy to be here.
I was glad to prick your brain and
Yeah. We
mastermind.
it's a weird not having like literally anything to do, you know? It's just like guess we'll just watch. There's no like, all right, we're closing down aid stations and let's just watch these machines just keep running
Yeah.
laps. It's kind of impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, what does the rest of your evening look like? Any naps squeezed in there?
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Yeah.
But hopefully, I'll get something in. Hopefully, but yeah, it's good. this is a completely unrelated, so maybe shouldn't bring it up on a fixed time event. But that guy in New Hampshire run 200 miles with 108,000 feet of vert. Did I see that?
Yes, please bring it up.
Wait, now what happened?
I love talking about New Hampshire.
200 miles, like doing, it was just vert, right? It was just ascents?
Yeah, so instead of a backyard ultra, the standard format, a Scotney backyard vertical, the goal was do an Everest every 24 hours.
Oh my God.
So it was, they had 2 different routes, a short loop and a long loop. So you could do the short loop 3 times or the long loop once, but you get about 1,200 feet of climbing per loop per hour. And yeah, the final 2 guys dueled it out until 90 hours, which ended up being 200 plus miles, 110,000 feet of climbing. It was bonkers. And yeah,
was it like the typical New Hampshire terrain? Was it in New Hampshire, or was I know it was in New England?
Up Mount Escotney,
Okay.
you know, a ski slope,
Yeah.
so it wasn't like overly technical, but you know, it was interesting. The you know, it got a little wintry out there, and so the higher loop ended up getting some snow up high.
Nice.
And yeah, it was, you know, an unfortunate ending where Bill Tidd, who was the assist, you know, he had sort of had enough of the short loop. Like, he was doing the short loop so much and went for the long loop, and he got lost coming down. And so he's sprinting into the finish, and everyone's like, you know, you're going to make it, you know, 10 seconds. And he did make it, and everyone's like, you made it. And he kept saying no. And everyone's like, no, you made it. He's like, no, I didn't do the,
didn't do the
yeah.
proper course or
And
whatever.
it was just so sad.
Oh, man.
But it was incredibly, you know, impressive. So, yeah, I am...
I mean, isn't that, like, got to be a record, right?
So-
Didn't, what's his name, just do that in Utah? Was it Michael Greer? He said, like, the same weekend he was doing...
Oh, yeah.
He was
Yeah,
climbing
same
for a
weekend.
cause,
Yeah.
and he did, like, 200 miles, 100,000. It's like the same thing.
Yeah.
So the guy who won that last person standing was Connor Brown.
Connor Brown, yeah.
So you mentioned Bill Tidd, and I was like, that name sounds familiar. Dude is the assist, 63 years old.
Yep. He just did Tour de Giants, and then Connor's 24, right?
So he did
Yeah.
over 100,000 feet of climbing, too?
At 8, so
Yeah.
he did 107, 601 over the course of that that event. And again, he's 63 years old. And yeah, like you said, he just did tour 2 months prior.
Yep. A little tune-up, and
How long can you say Tour de Giants is a tune-up?
Connor Brown did Bubba's backyard, and, you know, wasn't satisfied with that result, you know, about a month and a half prior.
90
And
hours?
yeah, and Connor Brown, exciting news, is in the field for Jigger Johnson 100, so
Heck yeah, that's right.
should be a good throwdown there. But yeah, he really just, like, said, you know, why not me? Like, just why not? So
Right.
yeah, I just like the mental strength to
Yeah, I thought that was
you know,
pretty
be able to
wild.
handle that.
Kind
It was
of
super fun to
maniac.
follow.
What kind of maniac comes up with a vertical last person standing? That's nuts.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
So I'm
cool.
saying they did the Y repeats in Utah.
Yeah, that's what it was. I think
Okay.
it was Michael Greer, right? Wasn't that who it was?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like a
He used to
Michael Greer
live
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fascinating as people sort of innovate the backyard format. I was listening to a podcast with Laz, and he said, you know, there's so many variations out there now, and so many like sports. I mean, in New Hampshire or in Maine, they have the last skier standing. They have last Nordic skier standing. So yeah, on you know, they have like
Does last
skinning
skier
up
have to
the
skin
mountain
up?
and
Yeah.
and ski down. Which, you know, skiing down a mountain 60 plus hours in can be a little dangerous. But you know, they've also accumulated an impressive amount of vert. But yeah, just I like how you can continue to innovate that model.
Yeah.
Even
Well,
think-
I think there's a paddleboarding one too. The last
Yes,
person standing.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure, like in the water. you just-
Paddleboarding. Yeah.
You got it all now.
So yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I was like, that's just absurd.
Yeah.
You know, it's so
Those
crazy.
numbers check out. Yeah. I know. I was like, I certainly was checking their Strava, being like, did they have this, measurement
You
correct?
see some splits on this.
But
yeah, it's
if
legit.
anything, Strava showed more.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. It was
wild.
bonkers. So yeah, I hope to see more of that. And yeah, I think the race organizers had no expectation, or they did not expect for it to be going that long. And it was the week of Thanksgiving, and I think they went until Wednesday morning.
Really?
And
Yeah.
I think it was funny. Connor, who won, had work that day, but it was funny. His dad joked to him like, "Oh, you got work in a couple hours."
Yeah, right.
Like,
Reality hits you hard.
yeah. So, yeah.
Nice.
Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks for
We'll
joining
maybe do
us.
a check-in. We've got 12 more hours, so maybe we'll come find you later. And your
Drum
sleep-deprived
procession starts in
sleep.
35 minutes.
I love it.
All right. Thanks, gentlemen.
We could have a light show, one of those drone light
There's
shows.
got to be something we can do that would be.
You know how they have, instead of fireworks, they've got the drone fireworks?
Yeah.
Well, I did
those are
say
cool.
bring
Yeah,
the.
shows.
We had Jake Jackson and Sierra DeGroff mentioning in the chat, like basically, you can bring show movies out here, and
Oh, yeah.
You have to pick. Yeah.
I think maybe it was Jake and Mandy, but yeah, the two of them were like,
Yeah, just have, I don't know, somebody come out and have the Camelback High School band. They probably just did a holiday concert. Just have them come out and play the same songs for 30 minutes,
The only drawback is that we don't have the open very late coffee place right across the street here.
Oh, was that the Dutch Brothers across the street there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't want
That was
to
clutch.
name drop that?
I don't care.
Free ad. Jeez.
We could have a mobile.
You just have to wait 35 minutes in line to get it at midnight. It's the most insane thing ever.
Well, I mean, they had to move the Dutch Brothers from their previous place because it was at Camelback and Central, and
too
it was
busy.
it was snarling traffic at the intersection, so they forced them to move
That's wild.
over to
Really?
7th Street. Oh yeah, it was genuinely a problem.
Wow.
Wow.
So
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's
yeah,
crazy.
the city forced them to close because people would be waiting out into the street
Right.
at that intersection, like
Super
literally
dangerous.
the center of town.
Super dangerous, yeah. All right, gentlemen, are you staying on for indefinitely?
I don't know. I only go when they tell me to leave. So Zach hasn't done that yet, and
Is Stella coming on still?
eventually,
o'clock?
yeah.
10 p.m. Okay.
We had, unfortunately, shout out to our broadcast colleague Andy Jones Wilkins, who was feeling under the weather, so he wasn't able to make it
Yeah.
today. But
You call Haley? Get Haley back on. Haley Pollock.
I didn't know she'd be interested.
I don't know if she is, but I'm throwing it out there on the air. Call
If
Julie
you're
on.
tuning in,
Get the old RDs on.
I love it.
Call them all.
Just call them on the air. You're
Scott
live
Dreher,
on
you're on the air.
You're live on the Desert Solstice live stream. Scott Dreher, you're on the air.
Okay.
Might have to bleep it out if he. Yeah.
Got Nick Curry in the chat.
Nice. All right, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you.
Someone suggested silent dance party once it hits quiet time. Silent interpretive
awesome.
dance.
Oh yeah, the silent discos. Is that what
Yeah.
I mean? The silent those are super fun. That'd be cool. You might get some chuckles out of the athletes seeing people dance over there with no music on. Kind of funny.
Yeah, the Cave Creek Thriller happened today as well. Because one event in the city is not enough.
A couple course records over there. Too.
Yeah, I was going to shout out the winners of Cave Creek Thriller 50K, Joanna Fortier, and in the men's race, Eric LaPuma took that down. In the 24K, Abby Tuomi and Jordan Bramlett.
Were those both course records or just the winners? You're saying?
I'm just saying the winners
Oh, okay.
here. In the 11K, Avery Farvstead and Jeff DeReese, and in the 5K, Kiona Ogle and Cameron DeBaca. So congratulations to all of those runners. For winning their respective races at the Cave Creek Thriller today.
And congrats to Nick Curry in the chat with a marathon PR this morning.
Nice.
2:31, I think.
And I wonder if Nick can answer the question we had about the fact that they had pacers for, like, you know, some of these.
Oh, yeah.
Like
220 pacers.
220 pacer for a marathon.
I was wondering about that.
It's a legit
I
pacer.
Like a scooter or something?
I assume they had to tag off. Like, that was my
And then
guess.
tomorrow,
probably. Yeah,
tomorrow
you're right.
they have
'Cause it was a loop
216
race especially.
pacers.
They have what?
They have 216 pacers tomorrow.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably like, hey, can you do this for 8 miles?
Yeah.
Or, you know, and then the next person just...
I could see Charlie Lawrence going out and pacing at 220.
Tomorrow.
Right,
After
yeah,
today.
yeah.
I mean, what's the average mile on that? That's 5 something?
Very fast.
Yeah, 525.
It's awesome. Cool.
I mean, you think about, like, you know, yeah, that OTQ is, you know, you're talking, what, it's like 5'12", 5'10", or whatever
Yeah.
the hell it is. It's just absolutely insane. Like,
It's pretty
you know,
wild, yeah.
I don't know how long I could sustain that, but I would say it'd be maybe a good 3-4 minutes, like,
Yeah, right.
you know, on a good day.
Did you guys get some dinner, or
What?
did you get some dinner, or you just had to be on the air the whole day?
I don't know. I only leave when they tell me to.
Is Mike still on?
Is this thing on? Hello? Hey,
Yeah.
if these runners can stick it out, we can stick it out.
Totally. Yeah.
No, actually, that's one of the funny things, and Patrick was here, so he can attest to this. You know, the very first live stream that we did was Desert Solstice 2018 over
Yeah,
at
we were
Central High
talking
School.
about that, yeah.
And I think that maybe Jamil underestimated how hard it is to talk for 24 hours. And so, like, you know, maybe he figured because he could run for 24 hours, that, like,
Right.
you know, that we could all talk for 24 hours. And it's like, no.
Like tons of content to talk about. It's hard, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you're
no.
very,
and-
very good at it too. So, it's,
and well, I'm grateful that we have such a unique sport to talk about.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing, is that, you know, I mean, obviously our focus is the race that's happening here, and, you know, everybody's able to follow along with their runners and everything, and we are giving updates on what's happening. But I mean, let's be honest, there's not like a whole lot of dynamic information being disseminated right now as the results on the track come through.
yeah, because even if you're running 7-minute miles, it's like in an hour.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean,
you know,
of course, we pivoted, you know, significantly when Charlie started to get close to hit those numbers, and
Yeah.
we started doing we were doing the math like every 30 to 60
Yeah.
seconds, you know, it was like,
totally.
but
It's open when you're ready.
Jordan Camastro, so great. All right, let's see. Pete is at mile 79.8, so approaching mile 80.
I have Jacob Wilkinson in the chat saying, who finished 28th at Cave Creek 50K? Sure enough, it was Jacob Wilkinson. So well done,
Hey, top
Jacob.
30,
Shout out to
Jacob.
Jacob Wilkinson
Top
for his
30.
top 30 finish.
Love it.
And that was
Battled
in
the elements out there.
Or the elements.
I don't know. Sunny.
Sunny.
Summer heat. That course is deceivingly tough, I think, for people.
I love that course.
Yeah.
I'm tired of DNFing it. I have 2 DNFs at that race.
Well, it's tricky, right? Like the first 16 you can rip because it's pretty flat, and
Well,
then it's like
yeah.
now you're climbing the next 10.
So the 2 times I DNF'd it, the first time was in 2015 as part of my build-up for Javelin 100, the only run that I did longer than 5 miles leading up to Javelin 100.
Oh boy,
And I DNF'd.
not advised, folks.
I DNF'd at Go John Aid.
Oh, was I at this race?
Probably.
I
You were
think I
probably
was.
directing it.
Yeah, I think I might have been. Yeah.
So-
So all you have to do is the 5K,
Yeah, so I DNF'd at Go John Aid, which was 5K from the finish.
but you do have to climb. It's,
But then, now this is my favorite part of that story. Rather than walk over the how far, maybe 300 meters to the finish,
probably 10.
Haley
Yeah.
Pollock had come by to talk to Lisa Kravitz to help get ready to break down the aid station, and I refused to walk to the aid station. I forced Haley to give me a ride, the 300 meters
I
to the
have
finish.
nothing left.
Yes.
Just completely.
Well, I got
gassed.
lost on the course.
Yeah.
What happened is
Oh.
like when you're going eastbound and all of a sudden you take that hard right onto the single track off of the dirt road. You know what I'm talking about.
I do. Yeah, we've had people miss that. A
Yeah,
couple times,
and I missed it, and it started to rain, and I stared to just like lose hope in all things life. So
you know exactly what you're talking about.
And then the second time I DNF'd, I was trying to experiment with low carb, and when you don't do proper research, you tend to make very bad mistakes. Low carb does not mean you don't have carbs during your race, at least for most people.
Right.
And so I'm sitting there doing things like eating beef jerky during the race and wondering why I'm bonking at mile 22.
Beef jerky's a good trail food, but yeah, you need to.
But yeah, you need some carbs. So, but actually, that was funny because I did reach out to Nick Curry and I was like, "What am I doing wrong?" He's like, "You're not eating carbs." And I'm like, "Yeah, but it's low carb." He's like,
"Right,
come on,
it's a balance."
Yeah, Nick Curry and Darren Roos set me straight after that one. So,
nice.
but yeah, that's Cave Creek Thriller is a beautiful race.
It
Great
cool.
venue.
I love that regional park. It's awesome.
Yeah,
it's
I
really
think
cool.
that's one of my favorite in the circuit. So
short distance races are super fun too.
Oh my goodness, that 5K is a blast.
Yeah, that 11K is really fun going down Slade and stuff. Yeah.
The 5K, you basically shoot up this hill immediately. You climb like 700 feet in the first mile, and then the rest of it's all downhill.
Yeah,
all downhill. It's so much fun, and it's a smooth downhill.
Have you run out here at all?
No races.
No, that's what I mean. Like, have you ever run a race?
No, just
nothing.
Not yet.
We get you in the 50K for Black Canyon?
Maybe.
I'd
do that.
Love to see
that would be. It's a competitive race. I would love
that's
to see
gotten
you out in
crazy
that race.
competitive.
That would be super fun to see you do that.
Black Canyon 50K has turned into a beast of a field
it's
every
great.
year.
I think who is Zach Marion was saying he's planning on it, and then they had a stacked field this year.
Yeah.
We were going through the 100K field. Francesco Pupi is coming out.
Is he officially coming? I know we were trying to get him. He mentioned
he's on the list.
He was in. Is he?
Yeah.
He was interested in. I didn't know if he actually. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh man. Yeah, he came out and ran the Golden Trail Series when we had it at Sky Peaks. That was cool.
So this is the 50K for Black Canyon so far. I'm just going to name a couple of names: Chris Myers, Mackay Clemens, Ryan Sullivan, Matt Daniels, Adam Peterman.
Matt Daniels is running the 50K.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Those are just a handful of names right off the bat.
I just ran 215.
Patrick Carrion, I think, was on that list, right? The 50K.
Pencilman. No.
Coming out of retirement. How can you be retired? You're like 22 years old.
I'm not retired.
It was a good run.
I just ran the infamous Tark Winter Classic. I've been sticking to the locals. I've been sticking to the local races recently.
For sure.
But, yeah.
Epic's Nightcross tried keto at Wasatch 100. It didn't end well.
Yeah.
It's a dicey proposition to go. Like, you really need to dial yourself in before doing that kind of thing at a race, because it can backfire so quickly too, because the backside of that comes down like so hard. Because I was really feeling good for when we made it to the start of the 24K, so I was over halfway in and I'm feeling good and I'm just plugging along, and all of a sudden, like maybe 2 miles later, I'm like, I don't even want to be out here anymore.
Yeah.
Like the backside came so quickly.
Yeah, the Agua Fria is you leave Anthem and then the next day is that Agua Fria, you go across the roads and stuff. We always call it, it's like the graveyard, because everybody's like, oh, I'm feeling great, and then all of a sudden they're like, I am not climbing this mountain. I'm done. This is it.
Yeah, and you're climbing up the backside of it, that's kind of it's not that bad, but it's just
just after the 16 or 18 miles of mostly
quite flat.
Pretty flat.
Quite flat. I mean, it's a
cool
good
race,
place to open up, but if you cook yourself on that section, that climb is really not a fun experience.
Yeah. So, okay, guys.
Kevin Wheat with a question. Do you think Black Canyon 50K has increased in popularity because it's World Trail Major short course? Absolutely. I think that has definitely been a part of the explosion of Black Canyon 50K. Also, turning it from a 60K to a 50K as well. Like, I think that the standardization of that event was key to its success too.
What and it gives people an opportunity to see a good amount of the course without if either A, you're not comfortable with 100K, or B, you didn't get in.
Yeah.
And
it's
a pretty awesome course.
It is an awesome course. You get to open up big time between the first 2 aid stations. But then the course is deceptively tricky in the fact that it becomes really rocky. And
Bumblebee, or after that?
On your way to
Gloriana,
Bumblebee is where it starts to get bad, and that's where I injured myself. That was where
Yeah.
I tore my groin, was on my way to Bumblebee from there. And all of a sudden, I think in hindsight, it was just me simply having my feet slide out from under me and kind of spreading my legs a little bit further than I expected. It was just a freak thing, but that course, despite the fact that it's a huge net downhill, commands a lot of respect. It's fast, but you got to run it right.
Remember that in February.
Taking notes.
Oh, so you're serious? You're running it this year?
I wouldn't go that far. I've got to comprehend the.
Just throw it on him. Throw him on the air. It's harder to turn it down.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, you say that, but I remember, what was it? I think it was when Zach Bitter was doing his treadmill challenge back during COVID, and they got Bert Kreischer on the air. And Bert Kreischer said he was going to do Javelin 100. Whatever became of that? Bert Kreischer owes us a Javelin 100 start.
Totally.
That's funny.
That's great.
I remember because there were a bunch of, runners that were on and he was in kind of a round table with them, and they were basically egging him on. I know Nicole Bitter was one of them, and I wish I could remember who else it was, but they're like, oh yeah, there you go. And
Never got him.
Bert's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure. I really was hoping that was going to happen in reality.
We still got everybody running here. Seems like you're getting more spread out, but I can't tell if it's less runners or just the pacing is similar, so they're not.
I don't think we've had anybody
1, 2, 3, 4
stop
6,
off
7,
recently. Well, Thomas
There's at least
Beyer
8 on the track, so maybe it is all of them out there.
I
still.
think we might have lost Thomas Beyer. He hasn't pinged since about an hour and a half ago. After about mile 40 at the
He was
10-11
rocking
mark.
a jacket earlier.
Yeah, and he was walking.
Yeah.
He told me early on he had some goals because he came back from Albi too, and he set a age group record, I think.
Yeah.
For Canadians there. So he knew pretty early. He's like, I'm gonna go and get some more miles in and talk to people, but then when it's time walking with the jacket, he's probably like, what did he finish with?
40 miles.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Cool.
not a bad workout.
Yeah. He was great. He was out talking to people. He's running around.
Seemed very friendly. Yeah.
he's a cool
Very
guy.
gregarious.
Yeah. It was nice. So, all right, I'm gonna get ready for the turn. You guys don't go anywhere, okay?
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Noah.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Talk to you soon. Put it up here.
Yeah, maybe that works.
Noah Doherty, the race director for Desert Solstice, spending some time with us, having a chat. I always joke about Noah is always very, we have a very fun relationship. He's a good friend of mine, and we'll go. We actually went to opening day for the Diamondbacks last year together. But we're both big baseball fans on the side as well. So, and he and his brother Jeremy were the creators of the Mogollon Monster 100, which is now a Western States and Hard Rock qualifier. An incredibly gorgeous but brutal course.
Yeah.
I've done the first 25 and the last 25 and bits and pieces of the middle, but have no desire to do it all together in one race.
Yeah. It's funny, and now Jeremy lives right near me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the world's colliding.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's kind of like this exchange program apparently going on with the East and West Coast, or like between Arizona and New England. I mean, you think
Yeah.
about, we sent Jeremy that way, and you guys sent Henry Ward and
Yep.
Scott Trayer, and I think
Scott,
there's a
yeah.
player to be named later heading east. So,
We still claim Scott. Woburn, Massachusetts, represent. Jordan, someone's asking for the chat to be pinned.
oh yeah, good call. Thank you. Let's pin the runner tracker to the top of the chat.
That wasn't me. That was Zach. He did all this.
I mean, who bus tosses their boss? Just kidding. Yeah, Black Canyon 50K is a great run. Yeah, the first 50K, the second 50K is a little rough. Yeah, that is true. I mean, the first 50K is such a significant net downhill, but the course. I mean, I've done the Black Canyon 100K 4 times. I have 4 finishes there, and the first 13 miles are actually like non-technical, downhill, fast and fun. You start out in the town of Mayer, Arizona. It's a little bit rolling for the first 6 or 7 miles. Then once you hit Antelope Mesa 8 at mile 7, it's on. And for a guy who's a back of the packer like me, I will be running between Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure at mile 13 and look down at my watch and see like an 8:30 pace. I'm like, I need to slow down a lot.
Yeah.
Like I should be doing that at like maybe a 10:30 or so. And it's just so much fun though. One of my favorite workouts to do is actually start at the base of that descent, run up, and then
and finish coming back down.
It's a really fun section of trail to run. Then from there, it flattens out a little bit. It's still a little bit downhill to Bumblebee. And coming out of Bumblebee, you have a climb up this ridge that gives you some great views. Leads you over to Hidden Treasure Mine at mile 24. And then from there, it gets a little bit technical again until you hit mile 31. Like actually about a mile or so out of Black Canyon City or Deep Canyon Ranch now, it gets wildly technical. Like it's like some ankle breaking stuff on the way down into Black Canyon or into Deep Canyon Ranch. And then the second half of the race is where a lot of the climbing is. And I think that's, I personally didn't mind it because I'm slow anyways. So I actually end up usually passing a lot of people on the second half of the course who were like way ahead of me.
Yeah.
Like I've had
It's always
times
a little exciting when you start passing people. Feels good.
back when the crux of the race was at the 60K mark rather than the 50K mark. I mean, I know for a fact. I mean, I remember multiple times where runners who beat me to Black Canyon City at the 60K mark by 40 minutes would finish an hour behind me, just simply because like I'm just plodding along anyways, but I wouldn't slow down very much in the second half of the race. But it's a great race in any regard. I mean, it's obviously a Western States qualifier and a golden ticket race, and become the largest 100K in the U.S. So I think that it's fair to say that there's a great reason for that, and it's because the race is just a whole lot of fun. 50K course, 100K course, they're both great. So
It's funny, right after we were speaking about Scott, we were joined by Scott and Callie in the chat.
Oh.
The trailies.
Yeah, they're
Must
no
have-
stranger to
must
this
have heard
race.
us.
Your ears were burning. Right now, on the course, we have, in our women's race, Joyce Payne has hit mile 70, 71 at the 11:45:53 mark, just short of the halfway point time-wise. Colleen Drahos is in second at 66.4. I'm really kind of curious because Joyce Payne hasn't done like a 24, but has done 48.
Has done 48, yeah.
And is currently holding on to about a 4 mile, 4 1/4 lead on Colleen. Colleen ran this race last year and is looking in her mind. She wants to get to as close to 150 as possible. So we'll see what happens in the women's race. As we mentioned, there were originally 11 women registered for this race, but through some levels of attrition, injuries, illness, changing commitments and schedules, we ended up only starting a couple, and that was really unfortunate because I was really looking forward to seeing several of those names. We had some locals, some people that are very familiar to this race that we were hoping to have here. Unfortunately, they were not here. So we had 2 women start the race. On the men's side, Pete Kostelnik still holding on to a lead. Actually is kind of stretched things out a little bit. I believe that at one point Peter Chedovich was only about 3 or 4 laps back, but is now about 10 laps back of Pete Kostelnik. So Pete is widening his lead there. I'd be curious to see where Pete's 12-hour split is going to be, because his initial goal of the American Standard and a 175-mile total is pretty well out of reach at this point. But
Yeah, right now he's evenly split for his distance-wise for a PR.
Yeah, and Pete being a very knowledgeable runner and extremely experienced at this format, I don't know if he would be able to even split it, but there are very few people, if I had to put a list together, that I would bet on as more likely to do it.
I got a question for you guys.
Sure.
That we can extend to the chat.
Okay.
If you were to be invited to this event, what record would you try to break?
Most time spent in a porta potty. Our producer Jordan asked, if you were invited to this event at Desert Solstice, what record would you try and break? I wouldn't have a prayer of trying to break anything. Maybe if there was some goofy Strava segment on the course.
Yeah.
Although, here's the thing. Because I used to do track workouts, my loop record on this back in 2016, I believe, was 108. I could actually move once upon a time.
That's quick, yeah.
I just remember, there was a kid who had actually gone downstate for cross country, and I was able to keep with him step for step. He was so pissed, this old guy with a little bit looking like he's out of shape. I darn near killed myself on it, but just basically full on. I couldn't do that anymore if I tried, even just 10 years later. I'd be lucky to do maybe I could do a 130. Maybe. I don't think I could even, that would be tough.
6 flat pace.
Yeah, that'd be tough for me right now. But yeah, we were doing, 400s one day, and I skipped about half of them. And then, and then the last one, I just full send.
Let it
rip. But yeah, that was actually one of the things, I've run, many miles on the Camelback track back in the day. So, Mr. Jed Clark asking, me being originally from Illinois, how come I've never run Tunnel Hill? It's a good question. Number one, it doesn't really fit my schedule. Typically, I believe it's in November, and normally I'm not I'm not normally prepared to run. I wasn't really prepared to run a 100-miler at Javelina this year, and I think it kind of showed when all was said and done. I usually try and set my Western States qualifiers a little bit earlier in the season, although I guess Tunnel Hill technically is part of the following season. But I ran Dinosaur Valley this year.
Yeah.
Also, Tunnel Hill is further south. I mean, I'm from Rockford, Illinois, which is basically on the Illinois-Wisconsin border. And so Hennepin 100 is about 35 miles from my hometown of Rockford, and my brother and my son are able to go to that race and be there to support me, and it's just much more convenient in that regard. I've always been curious about Tunnel Hill. I mean, but Hennepin just simply works better for me, and also I'm really a huge fan of Ornery Mule Racing, who puts that on. Michelle Hartwig out there does a great job. She comes out here to run a lot of races, and want to talk about a tough runner. She ran Crown King one year. The first time she ran it, she fell and broke her nose about 20 miles in and still finished. So didn't stay for our breakfast the next day. But, had to go and get some medical attention. But yeah, I mean, Tunnel Hill, is it on the radar? On the periphery. I don't know how many more years I'm going to be running Western States qualifiers. I don't know. I feel like my opportunity to do Western States is going to happen in the next couple of years, or it's not going to, or I'm not going to be able to keep my body in one piece. So we'll see, though. I was going to try and go without running a 100-miler in 2026, but I'm being influenced by bad influences to try and get me to run Saddles 100 this coming year.
Oh, wow. That would be neat.
It's a Western States qualifier now.
As of this, or
as of this coming year.
Yeah, this coming year.
Which there's a whole lot of irony in that.
Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah.
Eva asking what our next races are going to be. What is yours, Black Canyon 50K?
I don't know about that.
You have to.
Maybe.
You can get the Fast Media Guy award.
Fast Media Guy, yeah. There's some Fast Media guys. So,
yeah.
we'd have to work for that. Probably a New Year's. I don't know. Sometimes I hop in a New Year's 5K
a resolution run.
So that might be my next race.
No, like what is your next ultra? I mean, because technically my next race is across the years, but I'm just going out there to slog miles.
Counts.
No, I don't count. The next race I'm racing, when I use that term, I'm talking about trying to do my best at, would be Crown King.
Yeah.
That'll be in March. So that's the next target on my calendar. I might drop into something sooner, but it would be as a training run.
Yeah.
So, for instance, I'm positive I'll do Copper Corridor 17K because I'm the last remaining legacy in that race, having done it every year, I think 7 times now. But Crown King will be my 8th finish, assuming I don't DNF. It's happened before. But it'll be my 10th start. But yeah, so what is your...
Signed up for Boston Marathon. It'll be my 11th start at Boston.
Oh my goodness.
Of 11 runs. So...
What is your best time at Boston?
2:27.
Whew.
So...
Is that
PR would be nice. We'll see.
Is 2:27? Does that get you into the top 50, top 100, or
Yeah, top 75 or so.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, that year I finished, I think, 2 seconds ahead of Des Linden.
Woo!
So that's my claim to fame right there. But yeah, so probably some road tune-up races for Boston. Yeah, we have. There's a bit of a, little road circuit in the Northeast, so New Bedford Half Marathon. There's a few that just to sort of get the legs moving at a faster clip, switching from mainly trails the past several months too.
Patrick, you're such a fast runner. I've seen, your 100-mile PR is ridiculous. You're low key, what you said, 13 what?
13:50.
13:50 is your 100-mile PR. But
that was a while ago.
Yeah, but you're not
that was
old.
sad. I'm retired now. Hopefully not. But yeah, that was when I was
that's fast enough to get you into this race.
Old, yeah.
Yeah, no, I would love to see. If you're able to do something like that, you have any desire to maybe like enter the golden ticket type chases or anything like that? Or
Yeah, I think, eventually it's not an immediate priority, although maybe it should be given the strength of fields. But I'm also like find equal inspiration and excitement from, a lot of local like races and Northeast focus races. When I was running, more ultras than I am currently, like in the 100 milers and all that, like, that was always the question, like, Western States, when's it happening, and I don't know, I think just like living on the East Coast, I'm, often more inspired by the races that I have like personal connection with. And of course, from like a media perspective, I'm fascinated by what the Western States and Hard Rocks and UTMBs, but I think, like I have more of a personal connection with races around me, and so like Vermont 100, I'm like, I really would like to run, and there's a lot of history there. That's part of the.
It's a legacy race.
Yeah. And, it's quick. The course record, is 1440s there, and, 16,000 feet of climbing. So kind of have that in my sights before Western probably. But yeah, we'll see.
That'd be awesome. But yeah, I mean, the thing about this sport, and I know that, like for me to just say this immediately after saying, oh, you're so fast, you should run this to run that. It's like your journey has to be your own, because this sport asks so much of you as an athlete. Whether you're a marathoner or an ultra marathoner, like to get to the level that you have, like it, to run a 2:30 marathon or a sub 14-hour 100 miler, like you have to really want it, like, and you have to, it has to be something that means that much to you. So I think that I think that that's entirely, important, and I respect that. As much as I do needle you about, like, I want to see you run more 100 milers, I mean, it's because I know how talented you are,
Yeah, it is nice to, get the encouragement of others, and I mean, equally with friends of my own, it's always like, you want to see them in certain events, and just, I mean, I would love to also bring more of the competition, my neck of the woods. It's been fun to, be part of the White Mountain Endurance events in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
And with Air Vipa, being able to, help spotlight those and bring more support to them. And, just the, the technical terrain of the whites. Like, I love seeing as we were talking about, like the vertical, backyard ultra, but just different style and ethos of the events. But
so we are at the turnaround point now.
Yeah, they're having a party over there at the turnaround. I love it. We gotta get a camera down.
Your leader, Pete Kostelnik, basically 83.3 miles in at 12 hours 1 minute. In order to hit a PR, he's going to need to maintain about an 8:57 pace. He is pacing for a 14:25 3,200 miler, currently our leader in the race. We'll see if he's able to sustain that. In order for him to, or he would have to do 8:57 as to hit a PR here. So, which would be the second fastest time, or second highest number at Desert Solstice, as well as a top 10 all-time American. Bob Hearn is currently 5th overall, and we talked about Bob. We are following his journey as a brand new Grandmaster 60-plus runner at mile 72.3 at the 12-hour mark. He hit that at 11:57:17. In order to hit the 100-mile American record for his age group, he would need to run a 9:36 pace for the next 27.7 miles. I don't think that is in the cards here, but he is going to have a very realistic shot at the 200-kilometer and the 24-hour age group records. He currently, as we mentioned, at 72.3 miles, just under the 12-hour mark.
Real low 14-hour or mid 14-hour 100.
Yeah.
Probably too, yeah.
Yeah, his 100-mile pace as of right now is 16:32.
For Pete?
No. For
sorry.
Pete's pace is 14:25.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Bob's is 16:32, so he's running about 9 minutes behind pace for the age group record. The 200-kilometer number is 23:39.47. I think that he's got that and the 24-hour. He's got strong chances to take down those numbers, provided he stays on the track. He would need to maintain a 13:31 pace for 12 hours. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
And, again, we take for granted because we've seen somebody like Bob put together so many great performances here. I mean, Bob has had 150 plus here. Bob has, he conquered Vol State, a few years ago, and absolutely.
He was on a tear there.
Oh my goodness, his run at Vol State, that got Ultra Runner Performance of the Year consideration.
Yeah.
I think it was actually in the top 3, if I remember correctly. It was that and Nick Curry's American record in the 24-hour, and I don't know, maybe like a Walmsley run in there somewhere. But it was like the amount of accolades that Bob received for such a great run were well deserved.
Back for a moment.
Sure. We are here at Camelback High School. A little bit of a different venue. You can hear the timing tent having themselves a grand old time. So let's take a look at Peter Chadovich is currently holding in second. And Peter's goal was to hit 160 plus, so let me see if I can calculate how he's doing in regards to that. So first of all, Peter is pacing for about a 14:57.47 100-miler. His 100-mile PR is 21:56, so he is in position to obliterate his prior 100-mile PR. Currently holding an 8:59 pace. He would have to basically even split this race here in the second half in order to hit his stated goal. Anything can happen, but that would be pretty tough at this point. But we will be following Peter's journey here as the night progresses. Okay. Definitely looking forward to that then. Let's see here. I'm going to use, let's see, like I'm going to use 150 as a benchmark for the women's race here and see what we're looking at. As Colleen Drahos made the statement that she is aiming for 150 and 24. I don't think that that's in the cards, but I want to take a look and see what she might be looking at in terms of potential pacing here. I think that her PR might be within reach, but we'll see. Joyce Payne has extended her lead over Colleen by a couple miles. About 4.5 miles at this point between the two of them, give or take. So right now, Colleen would be pacing for about a 17:53 miler, and Joyce would be pacing for a 16:38. In the case of Joyce, that would be a pretty significant PR. In Colleen's case, it would be short of her PR at that point. Her PR is 16:57. And Joyce's, though, is 17:06. So if Joyce is able to keep it rolling, could be looking at a several-minute PR. Of course, when we have runners start to approach that benchmark, we will see the timing crew out there with stopwatches so they can have double and triple checking with regards to runners' placements, numbers, and see where they're at the 100-mile mark.
Work, man.
When Jordan comes back, we'll welcome our next guest, apparently.
at that. Like, how cute. You can put me in the trash can, throw me on the sidewalk, drop me at the crossroads, sell me at the thrift shop. I don't really care where you send me, send me, send me. No, I don't really care. You can drop me in the ocean, leave me in the alley, hide me in the basement, or leave me at the listed fund. I don't really care where you lose me, lose me, lose me, or if you choose me. I'm a genius, didn't even graduate, don't have a blue check, not verified, but when I go out, I feel satisfied. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. All these dummies on my DMs, oh my god, I see 'em. Do you think I'd read 'em? If I did, I'd leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I want them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this full of feelings where you never listen to the outfit that you loved, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe you shared. Drug that went too far, crush you never named. Lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy.
They turned our homes into ashes. We fled out the back door. We ran towards the city lights. Oh, the city lights. Still not used to all this concrete. Abandoned cars in the outskirts where we sit and eat. We sleep in the backseat. Oh. We knew we had to forget for now. In order to survive, we put our past aside just to stay alive. But when we're done with this city, we're going back to the hills to take it all back somehow. We're taking it back somehow. Oh no, we
And we're back here at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA. Chris Warden here. Thanks to Patrick Karen for spending some time with us here. Oh, let's get me off the screen. Let's get the athletes on there. The sun has been down for a couple hours, and it's starting to get chilly out here. And we are still at, I believe, 10 athletes still remaining. Our leader right now is Pete Kostelnik, the 2015 champion, attempting to duplicate the feat 10 years later. Has about a 3.3 mile lead on second place Peter Chadovich, Mark Marzin in third, Hans Van Zanten in fourth, Bob Hearn in fifth, Jordan Camastro in sixth, Derry Joffrain in 7th. And I think that's because I know we had a couple withdrawals. Charlie Lawrence, Zach Bitter, Isaiah Jansen, and Christopher Danucci all withdrew. Oh, looks like Thomas Beyer has come back to the track. Okay. Let us call up. Actually, before I do, I want to highlight the women's race as well. In first place is Joyce Payne at mile 74.1 and Colleen Drahos at mile 68.4. All right. Now let's talk with our next guest here. This is somebody who has been a part of Desert Solstice ever since I've been a part of Desert Solstice. As the first year Mountain Outpost live streamed the race, he was the winner of the men's race. People might not remember the race for that, but it was still an amazing performance nonetheless, and has had an illustrious running career to this point. Let's bring in Jake Jackson. Jake, welcome
Chris?
to Desert Solstice.
Thanks for having me.
Dude,
Wish I could be there
great
in person, but yeah.
I wish you were here. That's what I wish. You've run this race so many times. You're a part of the fabric of Desert Solstice, and you can't really talk about the race without some of the things that you've done here.
Well, I've only been there 4 times.
Well, it's been 4 of the last 7 or 8. So, in my experience, you know, you've been here for some of the most entertaining moments. I mean, you know, you winning the men's race in 2018, and then in 2021, basically siding up to the 100-mile mark with Nick Curry and causing me fits to try and figure out who finished third in the 100-miler because I freeze framed it and still couldn't figure it out. But I lost Jake's audio. Jake, we're going to get your audio in here.
You got me?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
All right.
I am hearing the echo, so.
Okay.
I was just saying that my 2 best performances there were in the shadows of 2 even better performances. So easy to like skip over what I've done.
No, not at all. I mean, you know, you've had a lot of success here. I believe it helped springboard you to some great success at Worlds as well. You know, you had a great run there in 2019, and you also were a member of the team in 2023, right?
Correct. Didn't have a great day there, but yeah, it was still definitely a pleasure being on the team.
Oh, absolutely. And it's been a pleasure to follow your career. Of course, you know, as we mentioned, you've been here several times, but you've also been expanding your palette. We've seen you at Cocodona. We've seen you at other races that are quite different. So since the last time you were at Solstice, what have you been up to?
Mostly this year, I've been focusing on running on the trails. Like you said, Cocodona was something I did 2 years ago, last year, actually. And yeah, that kicked my butt. So that's basically what I've been focusing on, trying to get a little bit better at. So,
Jake, when you approached this sport initially, what drew you to the track? Because it's a very specific skill set, and it takes an even more specific mindset to succeed at it.
Yeah, I mean, when I very first started, I was pretty new to ultras in general. I basically thought it was just running in the mountains, and that's it. And then I got introduced to a 24-hour race and did fairly well at that. And then I was basically introduced to Desert Solstice, and yeah, it was basically in less than a year. I went from running my first 24-hour race to qualifying for the U.S. national team. So it happened very fast.
That's amazing. And of course, at Worlds, you were part of an amazing team effort in 2019. What was that like to be part of that 2019 team? That was magic.
Yeah, it was literally. I mean, I had said in 2018 that it was had major imposter syndrome running at Desert, with so many pros and big names running it that year. But then being able to be on the 24-hour team and see the 24-hour race in just a completely different level was, I was just shocked and taken aback by everything. And then to do so well there, and for the men and women to take home gold, it was, yeah, it was just unbelievable. Probably will be my very best race that I've ever had, but it was a good one. So
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you will be able to tell people the rest of your life. You won a gold medal representing Team USA at the World Championships. You
yeah,
know, that is the Olympics of our sport, really.
right.
Yeah. And you kept coming back to Desert Solstice and kept having some pretty solid success. But then it seems like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of exactly when because I follow your career. I'm a huge Jake Jackson fan. I'm a Jake Jackson guy. But I would say it was maybe 2023 where all of a sudden we started to see you really start to hit the trails a lot harder. I think that was the year. I think that you did Black Canyon, or maybe you did the double at Black Canyon that year, and then of course Cocodona last year. What caused you to refocus towards the trails over the last couple of years?
I guess for me, it's always been about just exploring new things. Um, I wouldn't say that I really got burned out on running the 24-hour races, but there was just so many other just trail races and distances getting longer and longer. And I think Mandy had brought it up earlier in the day that we both need the trail and the road and the track and everything. We just like to run so much that new experiences is what motivates both of us. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to like come back to something where you had such a like a high you hit your goals so fast in at the world championships, and then to try to repeat that and come up short over and over again. I won't say that it just got frustrating that I never wanted to try to like make the team again, because I did, but yeah, it was just, it's hard to replicate something when you've reached a certain level. And the 200-mile distances really just called to me, so that's kind of just where I went.
Yeah, you've dove into that, head first. I mean, you ran Cocodona and then you ran the Mammoth. That's a race that I haven't really gotten too much detail about from people that have participated in it. Tell us about the Mammoth this year.
Well, being that it was a first year race and I've never done one of those, it was kind of scary going into it, to tell you the truth. My Cocodona last year didn't go all that well, and I ended up DNFing this year at Cocodona. I had some, I went into it a little bit sick before the race, but that's why I was using Mammoth to basically prove to myself that I could finish these things. I ended up doing the whole thing completely solo, so I didn't have a crew or any pacers, and it was basically everything that I wanted out of it. One of the hardest things I've ever done. And the race itself, they have some growth to do. Obviously, when you're used to running Aero Viper races, you see aid stations and the way things are run in a certain way. And for being a first year race, it wasn't perfect, but I'm sure they learned a lot. And I'm already prepared to go back this year or next year. So yeah, it was amazing experience. Um, yeah, I already want to go back up into the high Sierras and do some more exploring out there.
No, nice. I think that's great. And, like I said, I hadn't heard much, but, to hear that, it sounds like you said, it wasn't perfect, but they did a lot of things right, and they've got things they can work on, and hopefully they can learn from it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I
Um,
mean, you have Hillary Yang and Tim Tollefson running the show, so
oh, yeah.
I'm sure it's going to be 100 times better next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no doubt. Those two definitely know the sport inside and out. So, Jake, you are a fun follow on Instagram, and you show that you juggle a lot in order to accomplish what you do. I mean, you're somebody who runs the longest races around. You have a full-time job. You have a family. Your kids are getting older now, I believe. They're in their late teens at this point.
I have two 20-year-olds and my daughter's 16, so she's the only one in high school.
Okay. How has that been balancing for the last, 10 plus years that you've been so deeply involved in this sport? And how tolerant has Missy been for all of this along the way, too?
I mean, it's definitely gotten easier the older the kids have gotten. And, Missy being an ultra runner too, she understands the sport and what drives me and what makes me happy. So she's always super supportive. She doesn't come out and crew me as much as she used to. I think I wore her out on that end, but yeah, she's the kids, they're pretty self-sufficient now, and I see them always on the weekends, and before my daughter goes to school, I see her every morning, and yeah, we just make things work. Of course, this time of year is always the hardest because it's the busy season for UPS, and yeah, they are just used to what I do. It's usually I'm at work or out running, so they just know.
And you spend your breaks at work running.
No, that I don't do that anymore.
Oh,
I used to take my meals close to my Amtrak parking lot, but since my run changes every year, I haven't been able to do that. So I have to squeeze it all in before I go in.
yeah, I guess that I didn't even think about this being high season. How did you balance that when you were running Solstice, the last few years?
Well, I called in sick the Friday before, and yeah, there is no time off. From basically Thanksgiving to New Year's. So I was sick the day the day or two before.
Well, I was always glad to see you out here. I've really enjoyed seeing you at whether it be here, Black Canyon, Cocodona, Javelina. I saw that you're running Coldwater this year.
Yeah, I was looking for something at the beginning of the year. After Mammoth, it was the motivation kind of disappeared, and I struggled for a little bit to figure out what I was going to do for the rest of the year. And yeah, Coldwater was my first 100-mile win back in 2018, I believe. So yeah, I figured I'd go back out and have some fun, start the year off on a good note.
So, have you been out to Coldwater since they adjusted the course?
Well, I ran the 100K this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so you have been out there to the new location.
right.
Yeah, they made some adjustments. It's a little bit easier to follow the course than it used to be. So I think that's a change for the good.
It should be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Beyond Coldwater coming up this year, I know you mentioned the Mammoth. Is there anything else that you have your eye on for 2026?
Well, I'm still on the wait list for Cocodona. I was kind of going back and forth about wanting to do that. I'm still kind of on the fence, so we'll see what happens with there. Um, but our friend Joe Corcione is uh, opening up his noon race, Desert Peaks,
Mm-hmm.
which is 100K one day and a 50K the next day. So I may go out there and do that, but nothing besides those so far.
Yeah, 100K one day, 50K the next day definitely sounds like something in your wheelhouse. These runners are approaching the 13-hour mark here at Desert Solstice. The sun has gone down. It's gotten a little bit colder. I've seen you thrive in these moments. I've seen you have your day go sideways in these moments. What's going through Jake Jackson's head as he's about just past the halfway point of a Desert Solstice? Like, what is keeping you moving? What's keeping you mentally engaged? Are you making adjustments, or is this what you're waiting for so you can open it up because it's cooled off?
Yeah, I've had basically 4 different races there. um, the days that are going good around this time, I'm looking forward to hitting the 100-mile mark. That's the big goal.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to still eat as much as possible. I did have one year where it did get pretty cold, and I failed to put enough clothes on to keep me warm, which kind of added to my major blow up that year. So dealing with the temperature change is always a hard thing. You know, out in the desert, you have those warm days and cold nights. So yeah, it's just sticking to your guns, trying to stay on pace, eat as much as possible, and yeah, it things get really crazy around that 17, 18, 19 hour mark where you're in the dead of night and the sun's still not going to be up for a little bit longer, and yeah, those are the witching hours.
How much inspiration do you get when you're on the track? You were there basically the entire time when Camille Herron set the 24-hour record a few years ago, or when you see Nick Curry, who you had crossed the 100-mile threshold with. You know, does that help raise your mental strength when you're basically side saddle with these great performances?
I think for me, I have such a like high competitive level that when I see somebody looks like they're just killing it, it motivates me to look like I'm killing it as well. Basically, that whole story with Nick, he was catching me, and when he finally caught up to me, I was like, I'm just gonna stick with him, and we basically ran about 4 laps, step by step, and
Oh
I was
yeah.
just basically doing it to see if I could do it. And I think that was the year that Jeff Browning was running too, and he was catching me as well. And I was like, I just want to beat Jeff too. So I'm going to latch on to Nick and just let him carry me until we get to that 100-mile mark. And then whatever happens, happens. So yeah, there was several times during all of the races, all 4 years, where you just try to latch on to somebody who looks like they're just feeling wonderful, even though they're probably not.
Yeah, that's part of the magic of this event. And you shared something with me a couple years ago that has become one of my favorite lines about this race. And that line is, there's nowhere to hide on the track. And I love that. And you talking about your competitive drive, there is nowhere for anyone to hide when you're a competitor at Desert Solstice. Do you shoulder check and eye check people to kind of gather their mental state and their vibe as you're passing, or if they're going by you, to figure out what your strategy is going to be moving forward?
I wouldn't say it's like a malicious thing or like
No,
bumping
no, no,
into
no, no.
people,
It's a
but yeah,
competitive
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely when you're passing people, you're listening to their breathing and their foot strike if it's feeling heavy or a lot of the times at the end of these races, things are almost like set in stone. It's very rare that somebody comes from the dead and just starts clicking off laps. Things when you get into the high teens, you can kind of tell who's fading and who you possibly could catch. Yeah, it's just that's one of these things with these 24-hour races. It's like towards the end of the races, people very rarely come back. Like you were
Yeah,
saying
that's true.
earlier, I mean, when you go out there for a certain goal and then see what happens, you're absolutely right. If you don't go out there with a goal that you're either gonna be out there the whole 24 hours, you're probably not gonna be able to last because it's just one of the most mentally challenging things that you can go through.
Yeah, I mean, 100 miles is such a benchmark in any race, no matter what level you are as a runner, whether it takes you 29 hours or 13 hours. And once you get to that number, there's got to be some sort of weird chemical change that's going on in your brain because it is such a hard number to hit. And then once you hit it, you had to know well before you got there that you were going to go beyond it. That's why
Yeah,
I always question
it
anyone that says, "Well, we'll see. Yeah, we're going to see you take a relax and rest the rest of the evening probably."
right. I mean, you do have the 200K mark. That's something else to look forward to. But I mean, it's been funny. Every race that I've done well at, I've underestimated what I even thought I could get to, which is not usually the case. When I completed the 165 at the World Championships, I had no clue that I could even do that, but I had an amazing team around me. Greg Armstrong at the end of the race was pulling me along big time, and just the coaches telling us, the Japan team is on your heels right now. So if you need to run, you need to just run as much as you can. So and it's always nice to have like your crew there to like give you some splits, give you some motivation, and of course feeding off watching other people, you know, do amazing things can help you do some amazing things yourselves.
Jake, your experience at Worlds, obviously we mentioned, is arguably the pinnacle of your running career at this point. In terms of memories at Desert Solstice, what are some of the things that stick out to you in your several years as a competitor here?
Oh boy, I think one of the big ones was that first 2018. Patrick Reagan was running the race, and I'd always been a really big fan of him. We ended up later on, a couple years later, he became my coach for a while. But getting to run next to him for a long period of time was amazing. Getting to run with Jeff that year was amazing, and yeah, there's just there, getting to see Marissa on even the years where I was doing terrible. She's just such a machine, and just would go so far down into the pain cave, and just that always blew me away.
Jake, watching Marissa Lysak go into the pain cave bordered on uncomfortable some years. That woman knows no mercy on herself.
Yeah, and I mean I've seen it firsthand crewing for her one year. She just did not want to eat anything, and I could not believe how many miles she was getting away with not eating any calories. It was amazing.
Yeah, she just has no quit in her whatsoever. We've seen
No.
her on hands and knees pushing beyond anything we've ever thought she was capable of doing. And she's also put together some really amazing performances over time.
Yeah.
Jake, before we let you go, do you see yourself coming back to Solstice or maybe making a return to the 24-hour fixed time in general somewhere in the near or far future?
I think so. I don't know if I'll, necessarily, chase trying to be on the another 24-hour team. I'd love to go out there again and see if I could lower my 100-mile PR. Of course, I'm gonna have to run a qualifier to get in, but I think right now the 24-hour distance or time is just. Uh, I think I've done it enough times that I'm not mentally fit to go into another one and do very well. So I never say never. Maybe when I'm 50, I'll chase some of those American, age group records. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's one of the intriguing things about this sport is that once you get to a certain age, the clock resets, as we're seeing with Bob
Right.
Hearn today. You know, Bob Hearn he came here with a vengeance. He came out here to put some big numbers down and reset the record book as far as the American ultra running scene goes for his age group. And yeah, you're what, about 2 years away from potentially having that opportunity? Awesome. Well, Jake, thank you very much. And we'll be talking soon. I know I'll see you at Coldwater. So you take care, and we'll see you then. Jake Jackson, folks. Thank you. That was Jake Jackson, the 2018 men's champ of Desert Solstice. We are coming up on hour 13 here, trackside at Camelback High School. Do a quick leader check. Pete Kostelnik still leading the race, has hit mile 89. Looks like Pete is pacing toward maybe a 14:30 100-miler. A little bit short of a PR there, but still a pretty stout split. Second place, Peter Chadovich. Is at 86.2 miles. His target is 160 miles. He's going to have to pretty much even split it from here on out if he wants to accomplish his goals. In the women's race, Joyce Payne is currently at 76.8 miles. Pacing toward about a 16:45 100-mile split. Colleen Drahos at mile 69.6. Pacing for at about an 18:20 100-mile split at this point. Further down in the men's race, Mark Marzin in third, Hans Van Zanten in fourth, Bob Hearn in fifth, Jordan Camastro in sixth, Thierry Joffrain in seventh, and Thomas Beyer in eighth. Thomas Beyer had actually taken a bit of a break, but we see him back out on the track. Thomas represented the Canadian national team at the 24-hour Worlds, has some age group records And things have gotten chilly here, but he's out here in his singlet and shorts. Being from Canada, it probably doesn't feel cold to him at all. Probably feeling very comfortable. You just saw Mark Marzin on the screen, followed by Joyce Payne. Coming up, you can see Arizona Zone Jordan Camastro. Looks like he's put some sleeves on. There you can see our current M2, Peter Chadovich. Terry Chelfrain. Coming up, you'll see Hans Van Zanten. Currently at 82.3 miles. And coming up behind him in the white, the 2015 Desert Solstice champion and two-time national team member Pete Kostelnik, our overall leader. And as Pete has shared on his social media, this is his final event running as an athlete on the HOKA team, and it looks like he is doing his best to head out on a high note as he moves on to the next step of his running career. You can see Bob Hearn right there. Bob Hearn, the 60 years young ultra running legend, chasing after some age group records, looking to start his rewriting of the record book for the 60 to 64 age group here at Desert Solstice today. And on that note, we're going to take a break, and when we come back from the other side, we might have some silent coverage while we shuffle the chairs here, and we'll be back at here at Camelback High School. This is Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA and Mountain Outpost.
Make believe, not for me, stay raw.
our freedom. If I did, I'd leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I want them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this full of feelings where you never listen to the outfit that you loved, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe your shirt, joke that went too far, crush you never named, lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy.
They turn our homes into last one.
feel satisfied. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. All these dummies on my DMs. Oh my god, I see them. Do you think I'd read them? If I did, I'd leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I want them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this fool, feel this where you never listen to the outfit that you loved, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe overshared. Drug that went too far, crush you never named. Lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy. you please said that? Like, how cute. You can put me in the trash can, throw me on the sidewalk, drop me at the crossroads, sell me at the thrift shop. I don't really care where you send me, send me.
Oh no, we don't need another wolf at the door. Oh no, we don't need another wolf at the door. Oh no, we've been through all this so many times before. Oh no, we don't need another wolf at the door.
We are here at Camelback High School. This is Chris Warden at Desert Solstice presented by HOKA. This is the 2025 edition of the race, a highly competitive 24-hour and 100-mile race brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Aero Viper Running. We have had a few storylines today that have been interesting and intense to follow. I would say the most notable story of the day would be Charlie Lawrence of Boulder, Colorado, setting a new American 100K record. And that was at a time of 6 hours, 7 minutes, and 10 seconds for 100K. Charlie had bested the prior number that had been established by Jim Walmsley a few years ago of 6:09 and change. And Charlie came painfully close to the world record held by Alexander Sorokin of 6:05:35, basically 95 seconds off the pace from establishing a new world record. We spoke with Charlie after his race, and he basically, he had a really surprisingly upbeat attitude about it. First of all, like, Charlie carries himself like a rock star, and I'm all here for that. He's a very engaging, very dynamic personality, and to see him out here operate at his, close to his best was pretty awesome. He said he was feeling pretty rough about 15 miles in, and then and still fought through for another 47 miles to get to the 100K mark, his final mark, just falling short of setting a new world record. Also, Christopher DiNucci was going for the 45 to 49 age group American record for the 50K, which is 3:24:08. That number still stands as DiNucci came up just under 3 minutes short, finishing in 3:26:55, electing to call it a day at that point. We do have, in regards to our current overall standings, we have two women in the race at this point, Joyce Payne and Colleen Drahos. Joyce Payne is sitting at 81.5 miles at the 13:43:59 mark, and Colleen is at 70.1 miles, but it has been a little while since Colleen has registered a lap. So we'll be trying to find out more information on Colleen and whether she is going to continue, or if we are down to a single woman running in the race this year, 2025. We had a full complement of 11 women originally registered for the race. However, due to injury, illness, or personal reasons, we lost 9 of the women that were expected to start the race this year, which is obviously quite unfortunate, especially after the amazing 2024 Desert Solstice, where the women were the story of one of the most competitive 24-hour track races of all time, where 4 women topped 150 miles, the first time outside of a world championship that had ever happened. In the men's race, I think in terms of the runners still competing, the story has to be HOKA athlete Pete Kostelnik in his swan song with HOKA as his primary sponsor. Pete is currently at 94.6 miles in just under 1350. And Pete going out with a bang here as a HOKA athlete. Looking forward to see where his career takes him from here, as Pete is still only 38 years old, so there's a lot of time left in his trail and ultra running career. But Pete, long sponsored by HOKA, has established records running across the country. He has authored the Kenai to Keys run, where he ran from Kenai, Alaska to the Florida Keys. Also, former Badwater course record holder, 2-time champion at that race. He actually was the course record holder here at Desert Solstice, establishing that in 2015 with a total in 24 hours of 163.68. I don't think that he's going to be able to eclipse that this year, but he is currently the clubhouse leader. In second place, another Peter Chadovich, currently at 92.5 miles. Mark Marzin rounding out the men's podium as of right now with a 87.7 mile total. In fourth place is Hans Van Zanten at 87 miles. In fifth place, Bob Hearn at 81.8. Sixth place, Jordan Camastro at 79.5. In seventh place, Thierry Joffrain in 74.6 miles completed. And in eighth place amongst active men, that would be Thomas Beyer, Canadian runner, with 44.7 miles at this point, with just over 11 hours and 9 minutes remaining in the 2025 edition of Desert Solstice. Thank you to HOKA for providing support on this coverage and making this possible. Of course, this is the let's count here. We originally started Desert Solstice coverage back in 2018. It was myself, Patrick Karen, Jamil Curry, Skylar Hall, and a cast of roustabouts and ne'er-do-wells. But this is our 7th iteration of this Desert Solstice coverage, and I couldn't be more proud to be a part of the Mountain Outpost team, having been here since Ground Zero. My co-host Patrick Karen currently stepping away from the microphone to get some well-deserved rest after flying out from the East Coast to be a part of this coverage. Thanks to Jordan Schmidt, our producer here today, keeping things moving and under control. Jordan has been ably producing Mountain Outpost events for several years. We appreciate that. And also Zach Marion is around here somewhere, making sure that we are all doing our jobs as expected. Zach, the manager overseeing the Mountain Outpost team here. at Camelback High School. You can see our drone following runners. And it has gotten it's gotten chilly out here at this point. I swear I brought a jacket, but I'm having a little bit of trouble locating it. Currently, the temperature reading locally is 59 degrees, but it feels much cooler at this point. I'll be honest, if I didn't have a space heater sitting here just under me, I would probably be having a hard time. But I'm sure the runners are absolutely loving it. I mean, you're talking 55, 60 degrees. That's prime running weather. So, I think they're, if they've got anything left in the tank at this point, 13, 14 hours into the race, this is where they can start to do some big things. Our camera right there, following our current women's leader, Joyce Payne. And ahead of Joyce Payne here, coming into frame, I believe that's Mark Marzin out of Colorado, shooting for 155 miles here today. Of course, we had previously been holding Desert Solstice at Central High School here in Phoenix, Arizona. However, Central had some construction considerations that weren't yet complete, so we needed to address that on the fly and find a venue for this event. And Camelback High School graciously opened up their track to us. And Camelback High School, long associated with Aravaipa running, having hosted the previous Aravaipa track workouts that were taking place here from 2016 until about 2019, I believe, maybe even 2020. A staple of the Aravaipa trail running community here, where we would actually come off the trails on Tuesday evenings and do track workouts hosted by a friend of the community here, Larry Klein. That is Jordan Camastro right there on your screen. Jordan has had success here at Desert Solstice, including a podium finish a couple years ago. He also has a career best of 145 miles at the Raven, and I know that when we asked Jordan beforehand what he wanted to do here today, his answer was win. But I know that in Jordan's case, if he wanted to win, he would want to win while putting together a great day and leading a good field. It's that's the kind of guy he is. Wants to make sure that everybody has a great day here. I saw somebody in the chat asking about what it takes to have Mountain Outpost stream a live event. I have no idea with regards to that information, but I know you can go to mountainoutpost.com and you can contact the people who would have those answers and be able to discuss that with you via that page. I believe that there is a phone, email, and contact box you can use there. So yeah, we do have 10 runners still active as of this point. I'll try and get more information on Colleen Drahos as her tracker has not moved in some time. I hope that Colleen is okay and just taking a break, as we're coming up on the 14-hour mark, 10 p.m. here local time. The race started at 8 a.m. And we'll be going till 8 a.m. here in Arizona time. Here in Arizona, of course, the rules don't apply to us. We do not recognize daylight savings time in most of the state, and we do not switch our clocks. Everybody else switches their clocks around us. Right there, you can see another runner. That is Terry Jaffrain heading past us, coming around the corner, getting ready to pass him. That's Peter Chadovich, who passed him on the inside, our current second place male. Our third place male coming up behind them, Mark Marson. Things do kind of cool off here into the evening, both from a temperature standpoint and from an action standpoint. But then I think that sometime in the next 45 minutes or so, if I had to make my guess, we're going to have our first runners hitting the 100-mile mark. And right now, the odds-on favorite to hit 100 miles first is going to be 2015 Desert Solstice winner Pete Kostelnik. Pete is currently at mile 95.7. So, barring unforeseen circumstances, yeah, I think that his time is going to be somewhere in the 14:35, 14:40 range. He's been keeping an 8:46 pace. And Pete, no stranger to the 24-hour game here, has won Desert Solstice in 2015, has represented the United States twice in World Championship action. So, as our drone is making its way around, there's Mark Marson, Jordan Camastro, representing his home state. Jordan makes his home in Tucson, Arizona. And one of the fun things about Jordan as a runner is that he likes to rent a fancy car whenever he comes to these events. And he said it's because he likes to feel fast. Coming up here on your screen now, as you can look down at pit row, that is where all of the runners have their own individual aid stations. That is our current race leader, Pete Kostelnik. For a guy at his age, only 38 years old, Pete has had quite the running career to this point. That is Thierry Jaffrain. I hope that I'm saying that right. You can see in the light blue underneath the tent, standing next to a heat lamp, that is race director Noah Doherty, keeping himself nice and warm. Yeah, I don't have any detail on Colleen Dryhouse right now. That is an overhead shot here at Camelback High School Stadium, home of the Spartans. That's the far side of the track from where we're at right now. Looking north towards the Camelback Road, Biltmore area, 24th Street and Camelback. We're actually off of 28th Street on the eastern side of the Camelback High School area. Third place, Mark Marson, currently in the center of your screen. Coming up on our side of the track now. As you can see, not a ton of people hanging out watching this race at this time of night. But we're glad for those of you that are tuning in to be a part of our coverage here on Mountain Outpost. thanks to all of our guests that have been joining us throughout the day. Thanks to Patrick Karen for joining us on the Mountain Outpost coverage. And we've been talking all things ultra running. Oh, looks like, okay, somebody was asking about why the race location changed. Central High School had some construction, and they were not able to accommodate our needs for Desert Solstice, so we had to pivot in the 11th hour. I know that our next guest, Jordan, is trying to log in. She's going to try again now. And if we can get her on, that would be fantastic. It is somebody I've been looking forward to talk to for a few weeks now. You won the 100-mile US ATF Championship at Jackpot. You finished on the podium at San Diego 100. You won Angeles Crest. You finished. You also finished second at Fat Ox. But in between, you had a heck of a weekend a couple months ago, and you went to Albi, France, as an alternate for the U.S. national team. And we didn't know until the 11th hour whether you were going to be participating. And not only did you participate, you ended up being a scoring member of the U.S. national team. Can you talk about what this year has been like for you as a runner?
It's been wild. Chris, I'm hearing my own echo. Do you hear me okay?
It's fine. We don't hear one on our end. Are you going to be able to
That's
talk through
weird
it?
when I talk. Yeah, it's I try to adjust. What should I do to get rid of the echo?
I'm not quite sure. Is there a way, Jordan, that we might be able to help her get rid of the echo? Because we don't hear it.
I'll try again.
Okay. All right, we're going to try and bring Stella back here in just a few moments. But yeah, Stella Springer has had an amazing year in this sport, and I really want to talk to her about that. She came through in the clutch for Team USA at the World Championships, a couple of wins in pretty big races at Jackpot, at Angeles Crest, podiums at San Diego, top 5 at Desert Solstice 24 Hour. And we will be talking to her shortly. And we are going to be also following... Oh, they're all nice and bound up together. That group is Mark Marzin leading out, Pete Kostelnik in second, Terry Joffrain in third, and Bob Hearn following right behind them. Of course, Mark, who is in the lead of that group, is in third. Pete, who is in second, is leading the race. Terry, who is third in that pack, is currently 7th place male. And Bob Hearn, who is 4th out of that group, a little bit behind them, is currently 5th overall. We'll be following Bob's journey as he draws closer to various American age group standards. That is the pit row. The final large tents are the aid station. Although many of these runners are basically self-supporting at Desert Solstice, we do have all of these things available. We have a full service aid station with hot food available for these runners if they need. But yeah, if you see some of the setups that some of these runners have had, they basically each have their own dedicated crew space along the track side, and maybe their crew might need something from the aid station, but for the most part, the runners might grab a smoothie if they're going by and having a craving, but beyond that, the aid station is here as a courtesy for those runners. Well, that is a little bit of shifting in that group of men, but leading out that group, Terry Joffrain, currently in 7th. Okay, followed by the top 3 men, Marzin, Kostelnik, Chadovich. They are in that order, but the order for the race is Kostelnik, Chadovich, Marzin. All right, we're going to try and reconnect with Stella Springer.
Can you hear me?
I can. Stella, welcome back.
I can't get rid of the echo, which is super annoying, but let's just go with it. If you don't
we're happy to have you.
Problem. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Stella, I was mentioning your year has been in some ways quite magical, and you've had a lot of success, and you've been called into duty in the 11th hour to represent your own country.
I know.
Can you talk about what this year has been like with all of these great things happening?
I don't know. For me, it's just a year. A lot of running. I guess all those cumulative effect. I started ultra running in 2020. Every single year, it just built up. So this year, I didn't really do anything different. You know, it just I go to the races, and some races I felt good, some I don't. But it, yeah, winning races was never really my goal. I just go had my own time goals, or it just it turned out I don't know. I mean, some of my friends also said, "Oh my God, it's amazing," but I just you go to a race and you just do whatever you can do. You
No,
don't control the outcome.
Stella, it is pretty amazing, and it is kind of cool to hear you say basically that you're doing what you can to do your best, and things just kind of happen how they happen. And
Right.
one of the things that happened a couple months ago was that you were called into action at the last minute to represent Team USA for the second straight World Championship. Um, so you had actually paid your own way as an alternate. Is that what my understanding was?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I wanted to go from the
mhm.
start.
And
And
so
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Um, and so you didn't know whether or not you were going to be representing Team USA until the last minute.
Literally the last minute. And I didn't know all along. I trained for the race, and my goal was really to break the road national age group 24 hours record, because it just not that many opportunities for me to do the road 24 hours to break the record. That's why I wanted to go.
And once you were called into action to represent Team USA proper, how did that feel? You had to be elated.
It was wild, I can tell you, because we got there Thursday, Friday, and we did not see Kamel, and we were like, is she coming? Is she not coming? But uh, there's a deadline. Pam and Bob will have to fill out the final roster, the names, and we didn't know until the night after dinner. Pam got me on the list. I was like, oh my God, can't believe it's happening. It was
And
wild. Yeah.
and after being called into action at the last minute, you helped the women's team fight to, and you were a point scoring member to a fourth place finish at the World Championships. You know, they were lucky to have you out there. What was it like to have that bonding moment with your teammates and be able to, and when you realized that you were having a very good day out there as a unit?
I I think the pressure actually made me push really hard. And I went in, my goal actually was 140 miles. And that was really like last desert solstice, I did close to 142. And I thought that was the max. And so going into worlds, the training was already done when I got there, right? So whether what I was on the team or not on the team, I could just do whatever I was already have in me.
Mm-hmm.
But the race day, I can tell you, it was really hard, and especially in the middle of the race, I realized I saw Jenny was hurting, Ali was hurting, and all I was thinking is, okay, I'm here, we're in this together, and I cannot stop. So in my other 24-hour races, normally I had my routine. Once I hit 100-mile, I would take 5-10 minutes break. And then once I hit 200K mark, I would take another break. But this time I just kept moving. I did not take any break. It was really hard.
I can imagine. And you had a really packed year in 2025. I mean, dating back to last December's Desert Solstice, you ran a 100-miler at Solstice, another one at Jackpot, another one in San Diego, LA, or Angeles Crest,
and then
Worlds. How are you feeling right now? Are you feeling...
I'm paying for it, I'm telling you. Since coming back from Fat Ox, I have not been able to run. I have all sorts of pains, my hips, my knees, my ankles, everywhere.
Yeah, of course, you ran Fat Ox a few weeks after Worlds as well. Hope you're
that was
taking...
stupid.
Well, it's just your drive and your dedication. You can't help it.
It was also... I went there because Pam Smith agreed to go. So I figured, hey, another bonding time with my best friend. So we went together.
That's fantastic.
I know. We didn't think that would be so hard. I literally run for 12 hours. I just could not move anymore. I feel like my hips about to break.
But
and then here we are.
Yeah.
Months later, I cannot run.
Of course, it just had to be a great feeling, though, all around once it was done. I mean, and to have it wasn't just Pam. I mean, I know that you folks that are on the 24-hour team regularly and participate in events like Jackpot and Desert Solstice, I see all of you at all these same events. I see you, Pam Smith, Bob Hearn on our screen right now, Pete Kostelnik, Mandy Holmes.
Yes, Mandy. Yes.
Yeah. Discuss the camaraderie. If you can tell us about seeing these same people at these very unique, specific events, these 24-hour fixed time races, and the bonding that takes place as you see each other, whether it be here at Desert Solstice or at Fat Ox or the other fixed time races around the U.S.
Honestly, they become my best friends. We go to the same races. We're competing with each other, right? Mm-hmm. But the 24 hours is just so hard. Later in the race, we try to push each other just to go together, to suffer together. I mean, that kind of bonding is just, you don't find it elsewhere.
Yeah. Stella, you also said something earlier that really blew my mind. I didn't realize you didn't start your ultra running career until
pandemic.
Basically 2019, 2020.
Yeah. I did my first 100K in 2020, earlier 2020, and then the pandemic happened. All the races got canceled. So really coming back 2021, I started doing ultra races. And by random chance, I got into 2021 Desert Solstice. And then I surprised myself. I did really well. I placed the second place and qualified for the Team USA. I know, don't ask me. I don't know why.
No, that's amazing. You found something. What was your athletic background that you were able to take to it so quickly at the age of 50? That's amazing.
Well, I started running when I was 45. So there 5 years before the ultra, I was doing marathon and like trail 50Ks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then get into ultra. I mean, I don't know. I just love it. Also, my personality, I don't give up. I started so I also I don't know. I love the suffering part of it in the ultra running. It just every time, every race, I find something new about myself.
That makes a lot of sense because one of the things that is amazing to me, and I know that watching a 24-hour race on a track is not for everyone. It doesn't have a lot of the
It's not,
dynamic
no.
things, but I personally love it because you see people not only battling against one another, but within themselves. Like, I'm sure that there are things going through your head and things that you're working through, and it gives you this opportunity to problem solve that you don't normally get otherwise.
I think most of us going into this type of races, we set our own goals and we do our own races. It's really hard to compete with others.
Mm-hmm.
At least to me, I don't compete with other runners. That's why, like, I you have to focus, lock into your own pace, and then figure out how to solve your own problems instead of looking at others' marks and where other runners are.
Stella, at your as a masters runner and taking to it a little bit, well, a lot in some cases after other people might have taken into ultra running, what has been the secret, or what have you discovered that has helped make you successful and sustain this level of success? I mean, you have a high volume of race mileage. Do you do strength training, cross training? How is it that you have established this level of success when there are other people who have a hard time maintaining that kind of success?
I don't know. Everybody is different. For me, I know I need to do more strength training, but I spend a lot of my time. I mean, full time working, my kids, families, and everything else. I only have that many hours in the day, so I spend most of them running. So my training mileage is high. I don't know any other runner in my age, like in 50s, running 120-mile weeks.
That's your weekly?
That's what yeah,
Oh, wow. Well, that
100 to
explains it.
120. Yeah,
So you are a high volume trainer.
I'm a high volume trainer. I like even um like without race, although that's hard to say because I always race every other month, but most of my weeks, even the low mileage would be 80s, 90s. And my
Wow.
peak goes to 110, 120.
So,
I I do think speed work is very important. So I do the high mileage, but every week I have to do at least one speed work.
okay. Okay. What do you have for an encore in 2026? You've had such a great year in 2025. What's next for Stella?
I don't know. I'm in jackpot. Okay,
Okay.
so I turn 55 in January.
Okay.
I'm moving up to the next age group.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm aiming for all the ultra distance, well, not all of them, between 12 hours to 24 hours. Those are my goals.
Okay.
Um, so I have jackpot 100-mile, but right now it's a question mark, really depending on how I feel right now and if I can have a solid training block. I'm running out of time.
So
Um,
I'm looking at the 55 to 5900-mile current records. Sue
it's
Ellen
pretty
Trapp holds
soft.
that at 17:31:42. That's definitely attainable the way you've been running the last few months at Jackpot. Looks like we might have lost Stella's audio here at the end of that. See if we can get that back real quick. We'll see if we can grab Stella back. I just have one or two more questions with her. I don't want to take up her entire night. We are grateful for her to spend some time with us here this evening. But I've seen Stella race a few times prior to this year, but in 2025, I feel like her profile skyrocketed this year. Looks like we've got Stella back. Kind of circle back and draw things to a close. Sorry about that, Stella.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I don't know what happened. I didn't touch anything.
Yeah, we were talking about where the current 55 to 59 number is at 17:31:42, and based on the way you've been running, I think that is absolutely attainable for you.
I think so. I'm also, I don't know if you heard me, I'm aiming for the world age group record.
Really?
I
What
think
number?
It's 1650.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely
Yeah.
a reasonable target for you.
Yeah.
I
I can keep similar performance as this year, but we'll see.
Absolutely. And I know I'll be at Jackpot. I'm there every year, so I look forward to that.
I
And
really hope I can make it.
I did pull up your Ultra sign up and saw that you're not only are you going to be attempting to defend your championship at Jackpot, but you're going to be back to defend your championship at Angela's Crest as well. So
Yes, I'm going back to ACT too.
I think that there was a picture that somebody took at Angela's Crest, if I'm not mistaken, and you had the biggest smile on your face. I assume that must have been at the finish line, but it was one of my favorite pictures.
No, I think it was dark, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was dark.
Okay, that was still early in the race.
Oh, okay.
Before the wheels came off.
Oh, well, they didn't come off too far because you still came away with the win. But
it was a miracle. I got lucky. It was. I had a terrible day there. Yeah.
Well,
I missed my own goal.
Oh, well, and that's understandable. But we often push ourselves, and obviously you know what you're capable of, and perhaps in 2026 you'll have a better day. Is there anything else you expect to potentially be entering in 2026 as well? Anything else you've got your eye on?
Yes, this race. I'm definitely going back
to Solstice
2026. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, Stella, you've had an amazing year in 2025. Congratulations on everything you've accomplished, and thank you as a runner who supports the national team for stepping in. And I wish you the best of luck in 2026 and have a great holiday.
Thank you. Thank you. You too. And hopefully I will see you at Jackpot.
You will. All right. Stella Springer. Again, I look at what she accomplished in 2025, and it may not be as high profile as, winning a Western States or winning a Hard Rock or Cocodona, But Stella's year in 2025, I think, deserves some Ultra Runner of the Year, maybe down ballot voting. Um, just a treat to watch her out there and competing. Of course, we are here at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA. We are approaching the point where our first runners are going to be hitting the 100-mile mark. Pete Kostelnik, currently about a mile out. Pete hit mile 98.9 at 14:32:03. He's been running in 8:49 pace. Looks like he's tracking for about a 14:42 100-mile. He has fallen slightly off the pace for a PR attempt here. But if Pete is able to sustain some semblance of equilibrium, let's put the number in at 155, just for the sake of argument. If he's able to maintain even a 10-minute mile pace the rest of the way, of course, that's easier said than done. He'd be looking at 155 miles and most likely staking an early claim to the 2027 24-hour World Championships in Team USA. And that would be his third opportunity to represent the United States. So we'll be keeping an eye and checking out what Pete's 100-mile split is going to be, because he's getting close. Yeah, I see. Big fan of the 24-hour national team, Tracy Outlaw in the chat. I think Stella is an inspiration as well. You know, I mean, I love the big name, high profile trail races, but I feel that there is room for everybody under the roof when it comes to the trail and ultra running scene, and the road and track deserves its moment in the sun, and that's what Desert Solstice is all about. That was Mark Marzin, currently running in third place in the men's race. Looks like Hans van Zanten, who is currently fourth, is closing in on Mark Marzin. And it looks like Peter Chanovich might be closing in on Pete Kostelnik as well. That is a perfectly overhead shot. So early numbers for the 2027 national team, looks like Matt Urbanski ran about 159 miles at Worlds. Chad Lassiter ran 148.67. I do believe that is the only race that has benchmarked that discipline in the 2027 qualifying calendar. So if Pete is able to throw down a big number, somewhere in the range of 155 or so, I think that would definitely provide him with a bit of an inside track to returning to represent the national team in 2027. Of course, the numbers to represent Team USA are just getting faster every year. This year, the baseline for the women was 148.013. Of course, Janelle Stark had the auto qualifier by hitting the standard at the USA National Championship in 2024 at Fat Ox. On the men's side, his number from dawn to dusk to dawn from earlier this year, it would put him in the number 2 spot and most likely be difficult to pass unless some people drop major numbers over the course of the next. Well, the qualifying period is, there's plenty of time, about 18 months. But if 155 isn't enough to guarantee a spot in the national team, then the U.S. is going to come into Worlds looking as a prohibitive favorite. Yeah, thank you again, Stella, for joining us. We are grateful that you were able to join us long distance, and look forward to seeing you at Jackpot as well as out here in this coming year. Yeah, somebody was asking how Zach Bitter did. He was moving really well, and we kind of lost sight of him because we were tracking what Charlie Lawrence was doing as Charlie approached the world record in the 100K. I mean, he came up, Charlie did, 95 seconds short of establishing a new world record. He did establish a new American record, but it was so close, basically what amounts to one lap, falling short in that regard. And close to when Charlie got to the 100K mark, Zach Bitter had withdrawn. And I later heard that he was having some leg pain. And we talked about this with race director Noah Doherty. And Zach, it's one thing for runners to want to finish a 100-miler. When runners come to Desert Solstice, they are here to do specific things. And Zach is no exception. Zach didn't come here to run 100 miles. He came here to run 100 miles in under 12 hours. He came to attempt to match or better his American record of 11:19. So Zach, knowing himself the way he does and knowing what he is attempting to accomplish, opted to withdraw and will be looking to hit that sub 12-hour number someday soon, hopefully. So best wishes to Zach on his next race attempt at the 100-mile discipline. Of course, Zach is one of 2 Americans to break 12 hours in the 100-mile distance, the other being Rajpal Panu. Yeah, Jackpot is going to be a doozy this year already. We're looking at that field. You see Zach Bitter, the current American 100-mile record holder on the men's side, Chad Lassiter, who just represented Team USA in the 24-hour. On the women's side, who we just spoke to, Stella Springer, the 2024 champion, and also, as Stella said, calling out her shot to go after the world record for the 55 to 59 age group as she turns 55 in January. Now, I'm going to be honest, I love Stella's chances to go for that. The American record in the 55 to 59 age group is held by Sue Ellen Trapp, and that number is 17:31:42. But the world record, I had it pulled up here just a moment ago. There we go. Is, let's see. For the 100-mile women 55, it is 16:54:18. Now, Stella's PR in the 100-mile is under 16 hours. She ran a 15:29:05 at Jackpot just this year. So 15:29:05 versus what the current record is, 16:27:15, and Stella maintains her fitness extremely well. Just ran Worlds and Fat Ox in successive months, so that's going to be a storyline that we're going to be following in February, and we will be live streaming Jackpot right here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. So you want to tune in for that. And, of course, we're still a couple months out, so runners are still developing their 2026 race plots and schedules. So I would expect that the USATF 100-mile championship is going to be pretty spicy. So I'm looking forward to it. That is a shot of our pit row here. That's Thierry Jaffrain. We're reaching the point where some of the runners have started to throw gloves on. kind of like the way they think. There's Joffrain again. There's Peter Chadovich, current M2, and Hans Van Zanten. We have got to be extremely close to Pete Kostelnik hitting. Yeah, Pete Kostelnik is on his 100th mile at this point, and we do have a split. We will see if we can get confirmation on that split. I'm thinking it's about 15:44, but I'll get confirmation here momentarily. I'm going to check with our race director on that. So Pete Kostelnik, your first runner to hit the 100-mile mark here at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA. To confirm what Pete's time was, once they have established that, I will get that information so we can find out what Pete's time was. It's a little bit off his PR. He established his PR earlier this year in Kansas at a flat and fast trail 100 miler there, just over 14:02. So didn't hit that number here, but I believe that it was probably somewhere in the 14:44 range, 14:45 perhaps. Once I see the timing, people making their way back over to this side of the track, we'll see if we can get that information. Although they might be hanging out there for a couple minutes because Peter Chadovich is getting fairly close to the 100-mile mark as well. And they would have to make their way back over there in just a few moments anyway. Yep, Peter Chadovich coming up in the 100-mile mark. He's at mile 99.9 and... Okay, actually, Peter just hit the 100-mile mark, so they're going to be giving us that time split there. You can see Peter on the screen right there, followed by Terry Joffrain. So I will convene with race director Noah Doherty to get those numbers. We'll have a break in the action as far as runners hitting the 100-mile mark here. After that, as our next anticipated runners to hit that number will be, in all likelihood, either Mark Marzin or Hans Van Zanten. The two of them have become very close in their run here at this point. Just on the same lap, but Hans about a half lap back of Mark at this point. So Mark just went by us here at the booth. You just saw him on your screen. And actually, this is Hans coming up right here. So at this point, at mile 93.7, mile 94 perhaps, you've got, I want to see what it looks like. I would say probably about 70 meters separating M3 and M4 at this point. Coming up right there, that's Bob Hearn. Bob Hearn is currently holding 5th place in the men's race. Here is our first place woman, Joyce Payne. Looking over across the track, it looks like Hans has closed the gap even. I had estimated 70 meters last loop, and it looks like it's about 50 meters here. Hans is picking up steam here on Mark, and Mark is still moving just fine. Mark's most recent laps looking like they're in the 230, 231 range. But Hans's most recent laps looking like they're about 205 to 210. Wow, Hans is picking it up here as he approaches the 100-mile mark. Our current clubhouse leader, Pete Kostelnik, did take a walking lap after completing the 100-mile. As far as I know, he still intends to continue, wants to, in all likelihood, try and cement his team on the 2027 United States 24-hour national team. Peter Chadovich took a bit of a shuffle lap as well when he got there too, but he is back and running. But we'll see if Pete hasn't had anything register in the last few minutes. We'll keep an eye out on that because that would be a very significant change in the personnel in the race if Pete Kostelnik has opted to call it a day. But I don't have anything to that end. We'll just see what we find out. I see our timing crew coming back from the far side of the track. I'm going to touch base with them and see if we can get a number on both Pete and Peter's 100-mile times. shout out to our. Oh, we're not commercial break. Okay. Okay. Thank you once again to our presenting sponsor, HOKA. This is Desert Solstice 2025, brought to you on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. As I mentioned, presented by HOKA. I do have numbers on Pete Kostelnik and Peter Chedovich. Pete Kostelnik's 100-mile time was 14:44:08. Peter Chedovich, 14:54:51. The interesting thing that I've seen is that I have seen Peter Chedovich go by multiple times since then, and I have not seen or heard from Pete Kostelnik. I don't know if Pete is just taking a break or if he is going to call it a night here. But we'll keep tabs on that. We also haven't seen Colleen Drejos register a lap in about 2 hours. I haven't spent much time in pit row, so I don't know where everybody is posted up. But at this point, we might be down potentially, I can't confirm this, but we might be down to 7 or 8 runners at this point. But until I get confirmation either direction, we're just going to hold tight before we make those calls. As you can see, that is Jordan Camastro in his Arizona singlet coming into the screen. And we have had a pass at the for third place. That is Hans Van Zanten that just went by, past Mark Marsden for third place. This is Bob Hearn that was just coming up, and now you're looking overhead at Camelback High School, the track here. So looks like right now the runner who looks like he's moving the quickest here might be Hans Van Zanten or maybe Peter Chedovich. Still trying to figure out what is going on with Pete Kostelnik. It looks like, in regards to third place, that battle there, Hans Van Zanten has opened up about a 250-meter lead on Mark Marsden. We have Bob Hearn going by again. Bob Hearn in pursuit of age group records for the 60 to 64 category. Bob just had a birthday recently, and after Half-Lena 100, he was looking forward to his next challenge and had eyed a berth in Desert Solstice. And once he got into the race, I knew that he would be making a full charge on to try and beat those numbers. Once again, your overall winner of the 100-mile race here at Desert Solstice, Pete Kostelnik, with a time of 14 hours, 44 minutes, and 8 seconds in the 100-miler. I do not know whether Pete is going to continue further. Your second place was Peter Chedovich, who has now moved into first place in the 24-hour as he has continued immediately. Tracy, I don't think we have any other guests coming up this evening. We might have some in the morning. The last time we had a guest this late at night was, I want to say it was 2 years ago. Yeah, it would have been 2 years ago when at 3 a.m. we were blessed with the presence of Alexander Sorokin. If you go back and you watch the 2023 Desert Solstice, that was a highlight of my memories at Desert Solstice, getting to interview the gentleman who has scooped up as many road and track world records as anybody in terms of the ultra distances. Basically 50 miles and up, he's either holding it or has held it or has given it furious challenge, Alexander Sorokin. I was trying to get him to come out here to Desert Solstice and maybe improve upon his 24-hour by a couple miles to get him to 200 miles in a single day, which to me would be a staggering thing to witness. But hasn't happened yet, but I think the invite is always open. Hans Van Zanten coming by, finishing another loop there. That is your overall leader, Peter Chadovich, the overall leader in the 24-hour race. Coming up, we have Terry Joffrain and Joyce Payne coming up on the far side of the track, as you can see right there. Joffrain has been pretty covered up most of the day, whether it was in the sun because he was trying to get shade or whether it was as things cooled down because he needed to warm up. But Joffrain has been covered up for a whole lot of the day here. Thanks to everybody who is still hanging out with us here this evening. We are at Camelback High School this year. Previously had been at Central High School here in the Central Phoenix area. Central High School is in what I would consider to be, Midtown, maybe just north of the downtown area. Camelback High School is in the Biltmore area, an extremely nice area of Central Phoenix. The rents here are quite stout, I can tell you, from experience working in this real estate market. Desert Solstice 2025 presented by HOKA and on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Shout out to Ellie, our timing guru here at Desert Solstice, showing me her new toy. It is a stopwatch with that prints receipts. It is the neatest thing, and I think it's perfect for getting those splits here at a race such as Desert Solstice. You can see. We pivoted over to the pit row. That is Joyce Payne right there. Joyce Payne throwing on an extra layer. That is your current M3, M4. Hans Van Zanten on the right. Mark Marzin on the left. Yeah, Tracy, I tried to get the skinny from race director Noah Doherty as to where the race would be next year. He said he wasn't quite sure on that as of yet. I can't speak for anybody else, but I accidentally started driving to Central this morning. Thankfully, they're only a couple miles apart. and I was able to make it over here to Camelback High School with a few minutes to spare before we went on the air. Coming into view there on the far side of the track from us in pit row, that is Peter Chadovich, your new leader in the clubhouse. Peter currently leading the 24-hour race. His 24-hour PR is 151.58, and he is aiming for 160 plus. He is teetering on keeping that pace as of right now. We'll see how things progress for him. This is my first time watching Peter race, so I'm not familiar with him, but handling himself very well to this point at Desert Solstice. That's Mark Marzin, your current 4th place male, followed by Joyce Payne. Yeah, Tracy, I'm a little bit disoriented right now with regard to Camelback High School. So, and that's for several reasons. Number one, because we are on the far side from everybody else here. Usually we are on the same side as timing and pit row. They are on the opposite side here. Logistically, the track, I guess, is a little bit narrower here. Is that correct, Zach? Yeah, the track is 2 lanes narrower here, so we made some adjustments to make sure everything fit properly. But I'm so used to entering. When I used to run here at Camelback Track, when we used to do our track workouts here, we entered from the far side where everybody else is. So actually having to park over on this side was a little bit disorienting. And frankly, if I wanted to go grab a cup of ramen or something, I have to go all the way across the stadium to do it. So I'm just going to sit here and suffer in cold silence. No, I actually have a hamburger sitting in my pile of food right next to me that I will scarf down here shortly. That's a shot looking north into the Biltmore, away from downtown. If it were daylight, you would see the Phoenix Mountain Preserve and Piestewa Peak in the background. But just a couple blocks north of the Camelback High School Stadium is Camelback Road, which, for those unfamiliar with the physical layout of Phoenix, Camelback is an extremely long east to west main artery surface street here in the Phoenix metropolitan area. That is pit row in your lower right. You can see Jordan Camastro and Mark Marzin coming through. No, that wasn't Mark Marzin. That was Peter Chadovich. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, whether Pete is going to continue running here today at Desert Solstice.
I got legs for days and weeks, stalk me. Make up a reason to ban me, please. All you gotta do is play right. Keep to the left. No stress. I'm worth the while. Change into a passive voice and run me down, down. Run me down. Make beliefs not for me, stay raw. I need more, much more substance for it to make sense. Crush pedestals, lose decimals. Reinvent your every sense, and then all you gotta do is play right. Keep to the left. No stress. I'm worth the while. Change into a passive voice and run me down, down. Run me down. You don't need to carry his weight. Give him the boot. You've got what it takes. Sooner than later, you drop the haters. Give him the boot. You've got what it takes. All you gotta do is play right. Keep to the left. No stress. I'm worth the while. All you gotta do is play right. No stress. I'm worth the while. Change into a passive voice and run me down. Run me down. Run me down, down. Run me down,
Can you believe you said that? Like, how cute.
You can put me in the trash can, throw me on the sidewalk, drop me at the crossroads, sell me at the thrift shop. I don't really care where you send me, send me, send me. No, I don't really care.
right. Don't have a blue check, not verified. But when I go out, I feel satisfied. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. All these dummies on my DMs. Oh my god, I see 'em. Do you think I'd read 'em? If I did, I'd leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I want them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this fool feelings where you never listen to the outfit that you loved, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe overshared. Joke that went too far, crush you never named. Lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy.
getting out of this one.
Can you believe he said that? Like, how cute. You can put me in the trash can, throw me on the sidewalk, drop me at the crossroads, sell me at the thrift shop. I don't really care where you send send me, send me. I don't really care. You can drop me in the ocean, leave me in the alley, hide me in the basement, or leave me at the last of fun. I don't really care. Will you lose me, lose me, lose me? Or if you choose me, I'm a genius, didn't even graduate, don't have a blue check, not verified, but when I go out, I feel satisfied. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. All these dummies on my DMs. Oh my god, I see them. Do you think I'd read them? If I did, I'd leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I want them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this full of feelings where you never listen to the outfit that you loved, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe your shirt, joke that went too far, crush you never named, lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy.
getting out of this one.
I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. All these dummies on my DMs. Oh my god, I see 'em. Do you think I'd read 'em? If I did, I'd leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I want them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy, happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this fool, feel this where you never listen to the outfit that you loved, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe you overshared. Joke that went too far, crush you never named. Lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face.